Fourth win already this year. And he got support at the plate. Quintanilla, a blast. His third home run of the season, 3 RBIs. All overshadowed, however, by Manny Machado. Not only one home run, but the second of his career in his very next at bat. And the Birds went on to win it. Then comes today, and another legend, one that's already been made, number 33, Eddie Murray on hand. This is his day to have his statue unveiled. Teammates on hand to get it done, along with a lot of fans saying, Eddie, Eddie, Eddie. It's the Orioles on Masson, and what a collection of players and a great part of Oriole history. Ripken, Brooksy, Earl, Eddie being honored, and Jim Palmer with the pictures being taken after the unveiling of the statue in the picnic area just about an hour ago. And here at Camden Yards, unfortunately, right after that happened, the showers came along. And we've had a couple of downpours, but they haven't lasted for very long, and the hope is they won't. More to come regarding Eddie Murray, by the way, here tonight. Lots more. We'll talk about it all night long. Eddie is going to be coming up into the booth to join us as well. Great to have you with us. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Thorne for the Orioles. They go against the Kansas City Royals. Third game of this 4-game set. For the Orioles, it's evened up at 1-1 right now. Yankees have already won their ball game today over Toronto, so the Orioles are going to need a victory to stay 5.5 behind the Yankees as they go after that division title. And here at Camden Yards, it has been about number 33. Eddie Murray, not only one of the great players ever in the game, but one of the greatest switch hitters of all time. Take a look at some of the career numbers Eddie put up. We'll have a chance to talk with him about that. You see the ranking all-time among switch hitters, the batting average 32nd, the home runs 2nd, more RBIs than any other switch hitter in the history of the game. The slugging percentage 10th, the at-bats per home run 14th best, and 10th in at-bats per RBI. He played, of course, for the Orioles, the Dodgers, the Mets, the Indians, and the Angels. But today, as he said, one of the biggest baseball days in his life to be recognized with that sculpture unveiling. And before the ball game today, an opportunity for the current manager who knew Eddie Murray when he was in the opponent's team, Buck Showalter, an opportunity to talk about a player who was loyal to his club.
Eddie wasn't a suck-faced guy with the other team. I mean, I can't remember ever having a conversation with him until here. You wore that other uniform, he didn't have time for you. He wasn't working on the chance that he might be a free agent and end up with you again. This time of year, you always see guys kind of coming over to you. Now, Eddie was very loyal to the group he was playing with, and he wasn't afraid to get on. He told me he was talking about that some in Cleveland. You know, he brought a little edge to their team that they needed.
I really enjoyed my days here playing here in Baltimore, and I tell you, it was great to be young and an Oriole. I really love the fans. I love you guys here. I'm really going to call it a day, and Eddie, I really appreciate this thing. Thank you.
Obviously very emotional today for him. And how about it? A bit of an irony. It goes from Eddie, Eddie to Manny, Manny on the same weekend. Machado comes in, and in his first 2 games, he's got a triple in game number 1. He would pick up a second hit in that ball game, and then last night, he gets his first Major League home run. His next at bat, he gets his second Major League home run. And the fans were chanting, especially the kid who caught both those balls, Manny, 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 and the treatment began. When you succeed around this ball club, there is a price to be paid, but you do so willingly. And it is somewhat of an irony that the Eddie Eddie chant tonight is going to be joined with the Manny Manny chant, as Manny Machado obviously has just ignited the Oriole fans and his teammates as well. Everybody knows it's only 2 games, but look, it could be an 0 for 8 or an 0 for 10. Instead, he's come out of here hitting .500 in the first 2 ball games with a couple of home runs and put up some numbers that nobody else in Orioles history has ever done before, not at the tender age of 20 years plus. Whether we're going to have a rain delay tonight, we're not sure. What we are sure of, there's going to be more to come regarding Eddie Murray, and we will do that when we come back to Camden Yards, where at least for this moment, the rain indeed is coming down again for the 3rd time. We'll be right back with more 33. Jim, and he will be introducing the guests who are on hand and the honoree as Eddie is waiting, as he has been this afternoon. And like Jim, everybody else looking up at the skies and hoping it holds off just long enough to be able to get this done. So the Orioles Legend Series continues. There are two left, of course, Brooks Robinson and Cal Ripken Jr. They are the two other statues that will be unveiled.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a special on-field ceremony. And here to get things underway is one of the voices of the Orioles, from Masson, Jim Hunter.
Ryan, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate your patience tonight. Obviously, this was something that none of us planned for, and it couldn't be avoided. But thank you so much for hanging in there. We really appreciate it, and I know Eddie appreciates it very much. Thank you so much. Today we were excited to add the fourth of the 6 Oriole Legends celebration events here, as we are here to honor the great number 33, Eddie Murray. Joining us here today, Eddie's 7 siblings, his sisters Joyce, Viola, and Helen, and his brothers Venice, Richard, Charles, and Leon. Thank you very much for being here. Representing the Orioles ownership, Mr. Louis Angelos. Lou. We have with us several members of the Orioles Hall of Fame. Number 9, Brady Anderson. Mike Boddicker. The B, Al Bunbury. Earl Weaver's other favorite player, Ken Singleton. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm Baltimore welcome to Eddie's high school teammate at Locke High School in Los Angeles, arguably the greatest shortstop ever to play the game defensively, the Hall of Famer, the Wizard, Ozzie Smith. We'd also like to welcome Gary and Judy Siegel, the owners of the New Arts Foundry in Baltimore, where all 6 of the sculptures that are being unveiled this season are being cast in bronze. And also joining us here at the ballpark tonight is Toby Mendez. He is the local sculptor who created all 6 sculptures that are being unveiled this season. After many months on Eddie's sculpture, the final larger-than-life bronze version was unveiled this afternoon in front of Eddie's family, friends, and, of course, all you loyal fans. Let's take a quick look at the video board and look back at what happened earlier this afternoon.
So, on behalf of all of us whose lives have been so enhanced by the many great moments, some of the greatest moments of our lives, we thank you because you were a key to making it great to be young and an Oriole for all of us. Thanks, Ed.
Possessing the ability to rise to the occasion when it meant the most is a special talent and a skill set. You inspire through your perseverance, your dedication, and commitment to excellence. That is what brings us to this moment and honor for one of the greatest players that this game has ever seen.
Earl, thanks for fighting for me. I tell you, that first year I came up, he had to fight for me to make this club. I made him look smart, though. You fans, you cost me about 20 at-bats early in my career. Once you started that chant, that was messed up. I mean, I had to learn how to silence that, but I really appreciated it, and I think you probably helped me with some of those pitches out there. I really enjoyed my days here playing here in Baltimore, and I tell you, it was great to be young and an Oriole. Oh, yeah.
I'd like to introduce some very special individuals who are here to present our guest of honor with a gift from the ball club. First, let's welcome back a man whose sculpture was unveiled in June. He is, in fact, the Earl of Baltimore, number 4, the great Hall of Famer, Earl Weaver.
When the game is close and the oaks are hot, there's a thundering roar from 34 to give it all they got. And you never know who's gonna hear the call. Every game has a different start. That's the magic of Oriole baseball. Orioles magic, feel it happen. Orioles magic.
Now let's give a warm welcome to a gentleman whose sculpture was unveiled just 4 weeks ago. The greatest pitcher in the history of the Baltimore Orioles, number 22, Jim Palmer. And Ozzie, we got ourselves a shortstop also. Let's welcome out the greatest shortstop in the history of the Baltimore Orioles, the Iron Man, number 8, Cal Ripken. Let's hear it for 3 of the Oriole legends. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce our honoree for tonight. He is the only player in the history of baseball with at least 75 RBIs in each of his first 20 big league seasons. He's one of just 4 players with 500 home runs and 3,000 hits, 3 Gold Gloves, 8 times an All-Star. He's in the Orioles Hall of Fame. He's enshrined in Cooperstown. Let's hear it. Number 33, Eddie Murray. Fellow Hall of Famers to unveil this sculpture. This is a gift on behalf of the ball club, the Orioles family. It's a 2-foot bronze replica of the sculpture that will stand forever in Legends Park, recognizing you as one of the 6 greatest Orioles of all time. Gentlemen, it's your honor. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the great number 33, Eddie Murray.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for staying around. I tell you, this has been a rough night so far. It's a nice little sea of orange here, and I'm telling you, I really appreciate everyone sticking around, and hopefully we see a good ball game here. I'd like to thank again the Angelos. They are really putting together something special. These guys are about ready to take off here. KC, you're going to have to wait just a minute. But you know, they got a good thing going here. I think Buck has got everybody playing together. He's got a coaching staff here that's, you know, understands what these guys need. I would like to thank my co-guys up here, Cal, Jim, Earl. I don't know about you, but this was a real special day for me to see that unveiled out there, you know, the statue of me. I'm glad to see my brothers and sisters were able to here to make it. A lot of friends from California. We got a lot of friends here in Baltimore that are here. Ozzy, again, thanks for coming. Bob Singleton, you guys were great teammates. A lot of this is impossible without great teammates, and I do appreciate you guys. You'd be surprised at how often, you know, you end up bringing up your names. But we're going to let this game get underway. I would just like to say thank all you fans here in Baltimore for staying around for this, and hopefully finish this year out in the playoffs. Let's go, Orioles.
All right, wait a minute. We got one more piece of business with the help of Wayne Kirby, the Orioles first base coach. The ceremonial first pitch. Eddie, please don't fall. Slippery.
Every time you go, you make the magic happen.
And it's a strike.
Magic of Orioles baseball.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the four Oriole legends on the field. Earl Weaver, Cal Ripken, Jim Palmer, and the great number 33, Eddie Murray.
Well, obviously some very emotional moments for all of them, none more so than for Eddie. And the crowd indeed did wait for those ceremonies on field after the 5:15 ceremonies that took place this afternoon with the unveiling of the sculpture out in the picnic area. So Eddie Murray continues the celebration here at Camden Yards. The starting pitchers are in the bullpen. They are both throwing. You may have noticed the players coming out from the dugouts behind those involved in the ceremony, both for the Royals and for the Orioles, getting ready to play what is going to be a late starting ball game, but the rain is held off at the 10 o'clock hour, and it looks like about that 10:10 or maybe even a little earlier, we're going to be able to get this game underway. So after a long rain delay, the Orioles and the Kansas City Royals ready to go in game 3 of this 4-game set. Teams have split the first 2 games. Jim and I will be back. We'll take a look at the starting pitchers in this ball game, starting lineups, and hopefully be able to get through this ball game without any further delays. So hang in, folks. We're ready to play some baseball. Be right back. this ball game. Oriole fans familiar with these late games. There is Chris Tillman, who's going to make the start for the Orioles. He is 5-1 coming into the ball game tonight. And fortunately, at least for each of the starters, neither of them threw any pitches in the bullpen. Mendoza on the other side for Kansas City, neither of them threw before right now. So they are just getting their warm-ups in, and will have the normal number of pitches and time to do so, and then we'll get this game underway. We had the long inning ball game recently when Buck Showalter talked about hanging in, especially this time of year where you got to play these kind of games. They all count. It doesn't matter what time of the day or night they start. Jim Palmer's back up here with us. How are you?
Oh, I'm good.
Did you have a wonderful day?
Yeah, I got here about 1:30, but I'm sitting out there, and Charles Steinberg used to be PR guy. Now he's with the Red Sox. He's been around the league with Larry Lucchino. He starts talking about how Eddie, every day he would come to the ballpark, but actually walks through the PR office, and how much they were a family, and the success certainly had a lot to do with it. And then they started talking about the numbers that Eddie Murray had, and I started getting goosebumps. And I know Buck Showalter right behind me is thinking, boy, I knew Eddie was good. I knew that he's one of 4 guys with 3,000 hits and over 500 home runs, but I didn't know he was that good. I kind of saw it. I'm glad he was on my team, but the more statues they put up there, and there's going to be 6. I just realized that how lucky I am not only to have played for the Orioles, but have my statue out there, because these guys were real good.
Yeah, well, so were you.
No, but
you were, and it is. But it's something that's grown here as we've gone along, knowing this was coming this year, and the 1 a month. That's how it was going to be done on Vail. 2 left to go with Cal and Brooks still to be done. But it has really built its own momentum. Think with the fans, not with you players too, but with the fans. Each one of these has added a little more, and how special this is each time it happens, I think, is even that much more so for the fans.
Well, to me, Gary, and I think, we've been here and we've been doing baseball, and the Orioles haven't won in 14 years. They're winning this year. So, again, the reason that you see Frank, he ends up in the Hall of Fame with 586 home runs, and you see Earl Weaver, a Hall of Fame manager, and we see Eddie today, again, Hall of Fame first baseman, because we played on winning teams. And I think what's happened is, and I noticed it at my, I'm worried about my speech, but when my unveiling on the 14th of July, I'm saying, I forgot, because we're up here in the booth, how the love affair between the Oriole fan is here in Baltimore in this ball club. And this year, why wouldn't you love them? Yeah. Because, they're not a textbook ball club, but they're winning games that I haven't seen them do in 15 years, and they're having a very special year, and the statue certainly didn't hurt anything.
Jimmy, you wonder, I mentioned much earlier this afternoon when the ceremonies were going on, the baseball gods may have stepped in a little bit here, because it is a bit ironic that with the Eddie chant going up on the unveiling of his sculpture, it comes on the same weekend that the Manny chant has started for another era of Orioles from Manny Machado, and they just kind of blend together here this weekend.
Well, I think it does all tie in, because I was probably the youngest guy. I came up at 19, and I would come along, and we had Dave McNally, and then Davey Johnson, and Etcher Barron, and we had some veteran guys, and then of course Frank Robinson would be traded, who really kind of turned this franchise around, and then you got Gritch, and you got Baylor, and then Eddie Murray came in '77, and then all of a sudden we had Cal coming in the early '80s. So the continuity has always been there, at least for the clubs that I played on. And again, here you got Adam Jones, you have Wieters, you have a lot of young players, you have a great bullpen, you have some young starters that are still trying to find their way, and that's what this game's all about. And again, for me, it's not. I played on teams, Gary, that won by 18, 19 games, but this is a kind of pennant race, and I said this last night, where everybody can make a difference, and they are. So it's going to be a special last 5-6 weeks of the season for a lot of ball clubs, and the Orioles are one of those clubs.
Is it ever, Jim? Let me bring this one down to the ball game we're going to start tonight. It's not unusual. You have rain delays in baseball all the time historically, but from a player's perspective, when you have waited around the ballpark now for what's going to be over 3 hours since you did anything out on the field, How tough is it to stay focused in the ball game, either from your point of view as a pitcher, or do you think for hitters?
I think the pennant race is going to make both of these clubs, because the Royals have been playing well. They won the first night. Orioles came back and really did all facets of the game last night. Yes, Manny Machado hit 2 home runs, but let's not forget about Quintanillas' 2-run shot and how well Miguel Gonzalez pitched. So I think everybody's ready to play, including the Royals. Yeah. I think, and the Orioles understand, and I think Buck Showalter has talked about volumes about this, is that everybody, I think, understands it's fun to come to the ballpark. You just don't win by accident. You have to be prepared. And I think this club is prepared. And I don't think 3-4 hour rain delay or whatever it's going to be. And the other irony is that when Eddie Murray hit his 500th home run, that game started around 10 o'clock. So
really?
But we have a little bit of a mirror image tonight. So, but again, both of these clubs are ready to play. But the Orioles, that's the one thing about Buck Showalter, as far as I'm concerned. It may not be a club that on paper is going to be a 500 club, but they're well over 500, and he gets them ready to play, and they are ready to play.
And as we showed you, the pitching for the Orioles here in the month of August is back to where they really want it. 6 of the last 8 ball games, the Orioles have given up 2 or fewer runs. Their ERA is almost a run lower so far this month than it is when you look at the total ERA on the season. That's coming together exactly when you need it. And the offense, you've got that being picked up at the same time. So you're kind of hoping that after a month in July and towards the end of June, when you didn't have the confluence of both the offense and the defense coming together, that maybe now in the most important part of the season, those things are going to mesh.
Well, yeah, and we saw this in 2010 when the Orioles that were well under 500, Buck Showalter takes over, club not hitting in the clutch, and then all of a sudden ERA goes down, runs go up about 0.4 of a run. Bullpen, of course, got better, and all of a sudden they hit 300 the last 2 months with runners in scoring position. So a lot of magical things can happen when you're in a pennant race.
So the fans indeed did hang in, and I mean they really did hang in. There are a lot of them still on hand, and when we come back, they and you and we are going to get to watch some baseball. Orioles, Kansas City coming up. The national anthem here at Camden Yards as we get ready to go. Let's take a look at our train game time temperature. It is 74 degrees right now. Still overcast, a lot of clouds around, and the humidity still up at 85%. Visit train.com for an independent train comfort specialist dealer near you. It's hard to stop a train. Here's the starting lineup for the Royals, brought to you by Dodge. Gordon, Escobar, Moustakas, Butler, Kane, Perez, Francoeur, Hosmer, and Getz. Salvador Perez, the 22-year-old catcher who we've seen in action against the Orioles. See your authorized Dodge dealer and experience a world of performance, design, and fuel efficiency. Schedule a test drive or go to Dodge.com and check out their powerful lineup.
Hey, look at our scouting report. Well, lofty company the last time anybody won. And Chris's record now at 5-1, but 6 out of the first 7 starts all the way back in 1997 when the Orioles went wire to wire. Jimmy Key and Scotty Erickson furious first. Trouble in the first. So again, well, he feels like he's probably in the 9th inning because we're starting at that time. So hopefully he won't have those first inning problems. And then coming into his own. And they always talk about good things come to those who wait. Chris Tillman had a very good spring after struggling with his command last year, changed his mechanics, throwing the ball better than I've ever seen. His catcher, Matt Weeder, said most of the way through in Double-A. But something got lost in the equation on the way. He has been really good and trying to run his record, win 5 in a row to 6-1. And one other thing, when he pitches, the Orioles score runs. They're getting him over 6 runs per game.
He will hope for that tonight as the ball club. The Orioles came through last night with 7 runs against Kansas City in a 7-1 win. The opener went to the Royals by a score of 8-2 in the opener. And we are ready to go. Machado, of course, is back in the lineup at third base. Whatever thought there might have been about pulling him out of there in one of the first 3 games up, obviously that has all been gone by the wayside with what he has done with the bat at the plate. Alex Gordon is going to stand in. Their leadoff batter has had a leadoff homer here in game number 1. He's gone 3 for 9 in the series, hitting .291, 7 home runs, 43 RBIs for him. And after this long rain delay, we are ready to go. Tillman's delivery will be taken up high and away, ball 1, and we are underway.
Yeah, left-hander Wei Chen got batted around in the first on Thursday night, and then last night Miguel Gonzalez was just terrific. And the reason he threw a lot of strikes, a lot of first pitch strikes, and then was able to pitch inside.
1 ball, 1 strike count on Gordon. Good contact hitter, 1 for 3 lifetime off the 24-year-old right-hander of the Orioles. That's going to go to left field. McLeod going back. Is that another one? And goodbye, home run. His second leadoff home run in this series. He did it in game number 1, and he has done it in game number 3. And Kansas City's got a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, he won 207 at bats until earlier in the week in Chicago without a home run. Hit 1 on the second pitch on Thursday night. This is the 4th pitch. And right there, it's not a horrible pitch. Outside middle, short porch. A guy that can drive the ball the other way came in leading the American League with 38 doubles, and that ball carries out of here.
That is his 9th career leadoff homer and the 4th that he has had this season. And there again, the long ball in the first inning, what Jim was talking about, those first inning runs off Tillman occur with the very first batter faced as Tillman surrenders his 3rd home run in the 34 innings that have been pitched. And it's been the left-handers who have done him in with a long ball.
Well, there you go. And he's given up now 19 runs, 14 of them come in the first inning, and then he settles down. So young pitcher, still only 24, probably the toughest inning.
That's going to go into the hole for a base hit. McLeod coming over to get it. Escobar is on with his 3rd hit of the series. First 2 on.
Yeah, a lot similar to what happened on Thursday. McLeod, Jones, Markakis. That's the outfield for the Orioles. Machado, Hardy, Quintanilla, and then Betamine. Wilson the last 2 nights over. It comes across the diamond to first base, and the Gold Glover, Matt Wieters. So this is kind of like a redo of what went on Saturday night. Home run, then another fastball. Again, Escobar, Alcides Escobar, one of the best fastball hitters in the league. Around 350, gets 1 to hit.
And now moving into the 3 spot is Moustakas, as he did in the ball game last night. He's had a couple of hits in 5 at-bats. All 3 home runs surrendered by Tillman this year have been hit by the lefties. And Moustakas has got some of that power. Runner on at first and nobody out. And Tillman with a toss where he almost slipped trying to make that throw over there. You may have seen on that last base hit, now with all the rain we've had here, the outfield grass obviously is very wet. And there was a big turn made by Escobar at first. The base runners are going to be looking to take an extra base in this ball game on balls hit on the ground into the outfield, because they're going to stop. They're not going to roll very far. And there may be occasions where that may matter in this game for an extra base for a base runner. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count on Moustakas.
Yeah, you're going to have to be able, and we saw this with Miguel Gonzalez, who pitched for the Orioles last night. You're going to, and you can see the 14 home runs. Obviously, it's right-handers for more power. You're going to have to slow these bats down, and the way you do that, you pitch in off the plate, or you get your breaking ball over.
Throw over again, and Escobar goes back to the bag. This is a ball club which will do some running. They do not have Jared Dyson, a real good base stealer, in there, as he is out. 22 stolen bases. Ned Yost has lost him, however, a left ankle that he turned on an at-bat in the ball game last night, and he's out of there for this ball game tonight. Tillman again throwing over, concerned here that maybe Escobar is going to take off.
Well, there's certainly a possibility. 20 out of 23, and another factor, of course, for Tillman, he's 6'6". Chris is 6'6", big guy, but they don't run on him a lot. And part of that is he's very attentive, and number two, he's got one of the better throwing catchers in baseball, Matt Wieters, behind the plate.
Here's the 1-1, runner not going. Wieters has thrown out 33% of base stealers on the season. That's been up there among the top 2 catchers throwing out base stealers in the American League all year.
So what happens when you constantly, we saw it with Wei and Chen on Thursday, when you fall behind, you have a young former #1 draft choice looking fastball here, and if you don't make a good pitch, he's probably going to have a real good swing.
2-1 delivery to him. Moustakas in the off-speed delivery that time. 2-2.
So you have to do what Chris has been able to do, and again, there's not a better guide to doing that than Matt Wieters. He has really gotten Chris to use all his pitches, and he's got 4 of them. He's got a big curveball, he's got a fastball, 2-seamer, 4-seamer, cutter, and then the changeup he just threw.
2-ball, 2-strike count. Moustakas 0 for his last 5 at the plate. Escobar leaning, not going, and a swing and a miss. Tillman will pick up the strikeout. There's the first out of the inning.
Now take a look right here. Again, a 2-1 changeup makes this 94-mile-per-hour fastball because you don't know what's coming. It looks like he foul tips it right into the top of the glove. Probably makes it look like 104. So again, look at what he's been able to do. He's thrown the changeup over, curveball like mine, not a high percentage pitch, cutter, good percentage, fastball, pretty good percentage, and slider. So 4 pitches, or actually 5, all different speeds. And this year so far been able to throw them for strikes.
And here is Butler. He has been Orioles killer here this season. 393 average, 3 home runs, and 5 RBIs. There are his season numbers, almost 100 points higher batting average against the Orioles than his overall average. And his batting average and slugging percentage here in this ballpark are the best in any yard that he plays in. 0-1 count. Escobar off first. The delivery is in the dirt. Good stop made by Wieters. Kept it between the wickets, and no chance for Escobar to move up.
Yeah, Billy Butler was pretty explicit why he likes to hit here. He said, number one, I like the dimensions. It's a much smaller ballpark than the one in Kansas City. And number two, it also has a very good hitting background. And again,
he's taking advantage of that.
Well, he has. Of course, last night, Miguel Gonzalez just stayed right in on his fist and was very effective getting him out. Almost hit for the cycle the night before on Thursday.
Here's the 1-1 delivery to him, and it looked like he was almost taking on that pitch, as that will miss up high. Butler here at Camden Yards, his average is 347 lifetime. He's had 5 home runs and 14 RBIs in 18 games. So 5 home runs, 14 RBIs in 18 ball games here in this ballpark. 2-ball, 1-strike count. 1 away. Escobar still over there at first base. Leadoff homer by Gordon has put him on the board. That ball in the air to right field. Nick Markakis, runner halfway. 2 down.
Yeah, so Chris getting back into this inning. I never throw a lot of leadoff home runs, but if you throw one and the guy just goes the other way, you just tip your hat and move on, and that's all you can do. So now all of a sudden the stuff is getting better. He's actually coming off a 7 1/3 inning game against Seattle. The Mariners don't hit as well as the Royals, but already better velocity than he had at any point in his last start. And there is Alex Gordon already with a leadoff solo home run to left.
8 home runs on the season for Gordon. No rain. Wind has died down. Virtually no breeze right now here at the ballpark. Here's Lorenzo Cain. Cain has made a couple of starts in center field. He's had 1 hit in 5 at bats, and you got to believe if Escobar is going to take off, it might be right here. Escobar with a 20 for 23 in stolen bases has been leaning over there towards second base, but has made no attempt to go yet. Cain, right-handed batter, being played to pull in the infield. 2 down. Hillman's delivery to him, and that will catch the outside corner for a strike.
Now, if he tried to run, when you throw a fastball and you slide step, in other words, you slide that front foot, and Tillman's able to do that. Worked out with Brady Anderson, so very quick to the plate, and that has a lot to do with a runner running or not, even if you are 20 out of 23.
Get to Nissan Summer Saving Days. The event ends September 4. Visit ChooseNissan.com. Hurry in for your local Nissan dealer. You saw a Nissan pitch track. Runner not going. The 0-1 delivery again. Good stop made by Wieters. Tillman has not thrown a wild pitch in the 6 game starts he's had coming into this one. Neither has he hit a batter this season.
Well, it's good to have a human backboard behind home plate. You throw it at third, he just kind of keeps it in front of you.
That there's the primary reason why, right? Matt Wieters.
Well, it's certainly one of them. It allows you to have confidence in doing what you want with a breaking ball, which is throw it underneath the strike zone.
1 ball, 1 strike count. Cain will swing at a heater, and he had that one blown by him. 1 and 2.
Well, again, I was talking to Chris Tillman, and I said you pitched really well against the Mariners, and he did. Ended up beating him 3-1. He said, but I had a better bullpen. Little tired arm. I really threw the ball well. So I guess when you've won 4 in a row, your record's 5-1. Easy to be pumped to get out there.
1 ball, 2 strike count. There are 2 down. Lorenzo Cain waiting. Escobar runs. Pitch up high. Wieters the throw, and he got him. Matt Wieters helps his starter out as he picks up Escobar on the out at second base. The leadoff homer by Gordon. The Royals have the 1-0 lead. Rain delay before we get this one going. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for the Orioles, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Markakis, Hardy, and McLouth, Jones, Wieters, and Bettamy. Davis, Manny Machado back in there, and Quintanilla batting 9th last night. A big night for that second baseman.
Take a look at our scouting report on Luis Mendoza. Strength versus strength. While the Orioles hit home runs, he throws ground balls. And again, a 7.79 lifetime ERA against the American League East. And then Ned Yost, the skipper, said pretty much what all managers say. Buck Showalter, hey, pitch well, give us a chance to win. And he has been able to do that. He's been on a roll. But I watched him pitch the other night. He's got a pretty good idea of good running, sinking fastball.
And the delivery will be taken for a strike. A couple of years ago, Mendoza, pitching in the Pacific Coast League, just had everything fall apart, and finally went to his pitching coach there and said, we got to change everything. So that's exactly what they did. And he came back, had a pretty good year last year, and was a pitcher of the year in the Pacific Coast League. And then for some reason decided he needed to be better and change things again. And then got taken out of the rotation this year
again.
And then got brought back in, going back to what had won him pitcher of the year in the PCL. So he's seen the good and the bad side of himself, and what they hope is that now that he's back in the starting rotation with Dave Island, the pitching coach, that he's back to where he was last season.
Yeah, they're getting, I mean, even Hochevar, who pitched last night, trying to get him to simplify things and find out what you do best.
That ball will be in the air towards center field. Kane with great speed will come over, and Marquez retired.
So take a look at Luis Mendoza and his arsenal, so to speak, and you can see right there, doesn't throw a lot of change-ups, mostly fastballs because he's got good movement, pretty good velocity. That one at 93, and as I saw him the other night, doesn't throw a lot of sliders. And then again, when he gets to 2 strikes, he gets ahead. What does he do? The breaking ball, especially to right-handers, becomes more effective. And he's a big guy, 6'3", 230-ish. So if he throws the ball downhill like that, there's your sinking fastball. Hard to elevate that pitch.
That's what the key change was that made him successful, that coming over the top with that pitch and that size. Hardy up a 1 for 7 in the series. The 0-1 delivery to him, chased one upstairs and will miss it. And the Orioles shortstop quickly down on the count 0-2. Mendoza's pitched against the Orioles franchise before, but not many of these players. You got to go back 4 years as the last time that he appeared against the Orioles. And that is right there, boy. Une de trois on that one. Strikeout and 2 down.
Well, again, you talk to the propensity to throw a lot of sliders when he gets to 2 strikes. Right here, just Powder River. And again, the ball starts in the middle of the plate. Watch it run in. That's that 2-seam fastball.
Talked about Mendoza getting better since going back into the rotation. His ERA is 3.68 in his last 10 starts. He was put back into the rotation on June 12. He's been good. That's going to go towards the gap. Kane over, won't get it. Nate McLouth is on with a base hit. Buck Showalter's got away. He was asked before the ball game today, which was about 6 hours ago, why Nate McLouth hitting third? Showalter said, well, I just looked at the matchup. Well, they have never matched up before. I liked what I saw as far as a sinker ball pitcher against a fly ball hitting left-hander. So I think he should bat third.
Well, he also is hitting, lefties are hitting .299 off Mendoza, so he likes that matchup. And he likes the other matchup is that Nate got 2 hits last night.
Yep.
So there you go. You try to match up. Sometimes they just tell you it's not the numbers, it's the gut feeling.
Yeah. Here's Adam Jones. Adam with a 5-game hit streak, couple of hits, 1 per each game in this series, as he has gone 2 for 7.
Yeah, the average higher by the lefties, but more home runs by the righties, 5 to 3.
Boy, what a jump! And McLouth at second's got to make the turn. That's a base hit for Jones. The ball dies out there. Kane comes in to get it. McLouth had the base stolen before the ball was out of Mendoza's hands. He was already at second base.
Yeah, they don't run a lot. Only 3 out of 7 attempts. They're right here, kind of up on the trademark. Adam Jones, you always take a hit. So there's the speed that Nate McLouth has already had. Ball getting into the outfield, a wet outfield, and easily into third base.
The Orioles get a chance with 2 down to get that run back.
Yeah,
Jones, don't be
excuse me, Gary, but don't be surprised. We already saw it on the base hit by McLouth. If balls are going to skid tonight, you talked about this field, because it's, it used to be a prescription athletic field. I don't know what they call it now, but a lot of drainage. But the field is wet. But the ball might skid on you a little bit.
So Matt Wieters runners at first and third, 2 away. Wieters a couple of hits and 6 at bats in this series, but he's had a good August, hitting .333 in August with 3 home runs. And Jones will need to be careful back to the bag. The other thing to look for tonight, Mendoza can be all over the place. He has 6 wild pitches and 7 hit batters. So if you are on the base pass, stay alert. You may get an extra base. 2 down. Play Wieters towards left field. Mendoza's delivery to him, and that's going to be inside for a ball.
Yeah, really, he's able to, if you look at the numbers, to pitch late in the ball game, because he's had quality starts 7 out of the last 10 times. But with the because of the sinker limited pitch counts. His last game, even though he gave up a couple of runs in the 8th to lose 4-2 against the White Sox, was able to get all the way into the 8th inning with 103 pitches.
Waiters will put that one up in the air, but it's in the yard. Out in left field is Gordon, and he's got it. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 are left on base. 1 complete. 1, I said. Yes, 1. For the Luna double and get your second room of flooring free. 877-241-LUNA. Barry Thorne, Jim Palmer with you here at Camden Yards for the 3rd of 4. The Royals with the 1-0 early lead in the ball game. For Chris Tillman here at home this year, he's gone 2-0 with a very good 2.03 ERA. Against the Kansas City Royals, he has had only one other career start. That was back in 2009. He did not factor in the ball game decision-wise. Gave up 3 runs, 7 hits in 4 2/3 innings, but that was a while ago.
Yeah, afternoon game a couple of years ago in Kansas City. Totally different pitcher. Certainly the Orioles hope that'll be the case tonight, but better mechanics, better velocity, more maturity. Again, turned 24 back on April 15th, so the big kid at 6'5", as is Lorenzo Cain.
Cain resumes his at bat. He was there when Escobar was caught stealing and ended the inning. So Cain gets to start it all over again, and the pitch taken down low for a ball. Cain, Perez, and Francoeur due up for the Royals, who are 48 and 64 on the year. Down the line and foul.
Now you can see when you start a hitter, especially if you're a young pitcher, and you don't get the curveball over, you start them with a curveball, they're going to come out of their shoes on the next fastball, which Cain did. But Chris made a great pitch, and you can throw it, just don't throw it down the middle.
In the dirt that time.
So you have to be able to throw a curveball over, and I can relate to that because it's a touch field. I mean, it's a touch and feel pitch, and a lot of times it takes you a while. The mound's different, supposed to be the same, but it's just a different look when the umpire and the hitter are up there.
Here's the 2-1 delivery, and that's going to be a base hit. Just getting out of the way, Tim Cheetah, the second base umpire, shakes his hands there. So a leadoff single for Cain here in the second. Our Maryland Lottery Strike and Rich contestant of the game, Jimmy Heckendorn from Sykesville. Jimmy, you've already won $500. For every strikeout the Oriole pitchers record, you get $100 more from the Maryland Lottery. See how you can turn your non-winning Strike and Rich scratch-offs into cash and other great Oriole prizes as well at mdlottery.com/strikeandrich. Hit number 3 for the Royals. Here's Salvador Perez, the catcher, 1 for 8 for the 22-year-old in this series against the O's. The Orioles now have a lead in the season series, 4-3, with the final game of the season series tomorrow afternoon. And Perez will take the pitch up high for a ball.
Yeah, that one hit was a fly ball home run.
over the scoreboard in right field. Did have a sacrifice fly. Great 11-pitch at bat on Thursday night. And you can see again this team has been swinging the bat well. Most of the hitters red hot.
Very good in the month of August offensively. 1-0 delivery on the way. Breaking ball, that fooled him, and it drops in for a strike. Since the beginning of August, the Kansas City Royals are 4th in runs scored in the American League, and in the record rather in the American League. They are 9th in runs scored, and their ERA has been 4th best. The Orioles put a dent in that last night with the 7 runs on 10 hits. 1 ball, 1 strikeout on Perez. Kane at first, not going. That one ripped down the line. That is near the wall. Goodbye, home run. A Camden Yard homer, a line drive just high enough to make it into the seats. And Perez gets his 2nd home run of the series. This one good for 2 RBIs, and on his 8th homer, it's a 3-0 lead.
So the home runs to right he calls Papo Taco. I don't know what he calls these, but again, look at the target. And again, it's in and it's gone. I experienced young hitting ball clubs when I started, and if you don't make good pitches with your fastball, they are going to wear you out.
That ball to left field coming hard. McClough will get there in time, and Francoeur going after the first pitch is retired. Earlier this evening, Eddie Murray was honored, part of the Orioles Legend Celebration Series. The next special date is coming up Thursday, September 6th. Cal Ripken Jr. will join Eddie, Frank Robinson, Earl Weaver, and Jim for the larger-than-life bronze sculpture in the new center field picnic area. The gates are going to open at 5. The ceremony's 5:15. All fans getting the replica Cal Ripken sculpture. So 888-848-BIRD for tickets. That'll be for Cal, the next to be honored September 6th.
And that is on a Thursday night.
With the Red Sox in town, don't they? No? Yankees?
Yep, I think it is Red Sox.
Hosmer will go after that one. Hosmer's had a 1 for 7. And the sculptures being unveiled, with number 33 being recognized today on the warehouse and on the field. That is in there for a strike.
Yeah, you just got to see, what, about 1,090 home runs right there. Frank Robinson. And
1-2 down to first base. Fair ball, just missed hitting the bag. Betemeet will get it, and there are 2 down. Again, these Kansas City Royals, who are near the bottom of the pile as far as a team that relies on home runs to score runs, has not been that against the Orioles in this series. Less than 30% of the runs scored by Kansas City have been accounted for by homers. But here in this ball game, they've already hit 2, accounting for all 3 runs that have scored. They had the Perez home run for their only run in the ball game last night, and then in the opening game, in the first inning alone, Gordon had a homer and Butler had the 3 RBI homers. So you're not going to prove it through the Orioles that Kansas City doesn't use the homer. And the pitch will be taken inside by Getz. Chris Getz, second baseman, a 2 for 6 in the series so far. In at third base, Machado. Getz has great speed. Wailing on that one.
Yep, well, Chris Tillman, again, the velocity looks good. Maybe the movement not there. He's just going to have to maybe pitch in reverse. Certainly capable of doing that. In other words, when you get into fastball counts, you can pull the string. Just did it to Chris Getz.
Fastball, he was waiting on that one. Markakis has got to play it on a hop. Thought about trying to come in on it, but that ball's sinking and hit hard. So Getz has got a single, 3rd hit of the inning and the 5th of the ball game by the Royals.
And what happens, even if you're a young hitting ball club, when you have a guy like Gordon who's been around, especially Billy Butler, an all-star this year, is they start eliminating pitches. And when they start eliminating pitches until you get to 2 strikes and you get fastballs in the middle of the plate, it has a semblance of batting practice.
Gordon has already delivered the home run ball. He stands in again with a runner at first base, 2 down. Gordon here in this against the Orioles rather has 7 career home runs, and here in this ballpark Gordon has picked up 4 home runs in the 19 games that he's played here. 2 down, runner at first. 3-0 lead for the Royals. And that is going to be in there for a strike.
Yeah, top of the strike zone. But again, you get out of the big ballpark in Kansas City. Have you ever talked to a hitter that didn't like to hit at Camden Yards?
Nope.
Nope. There you go.
I've heard a few who didn't want to hit in Kansas City.
No, a lot, yes. Well, the old days, of course, they had one of the better teams in baseball, and it was on turf.
Yeah.
A huge field on turf.
Runner going. It's thrown down by Wieters. One hopper, and not in time. So Getz will get the stolen base with 2 down. Matt actually did not make a very good throw on that. He, on a good throw, probably would have had him by a stride.
Yeah, Getz now 9 out of 11, stole 21 last year. There's the low throw, but I just think he just got a good jump, and it's not one of his best. But watch this ball, 1 hops. I mean, almost a perfect throw in 1 hop. It's just, I think Getz just got a good jump. And if you're Ned Yost and you manage this club, why not try to exploit any area you can?
And a swing and a miss. So Gordon is retired. Second strikeout by Tillman. Eddie Murray, number 33, is going to be coming by to join us. We'll have a chance to talk about his day here at Camden Yards. And today, of course, was 33 Day here at Camden Yards, the unveiling of that great sculpture of Eddie Murray in the area. And Eddie, good enough to come back up and join us again after a long day at the ballpark. Probably exhausting, but you're never going to forget it, are you?
No, I'm not going to forget it. It was really a great day. Yeah. One day I keep saying I'm going to be able to get by Cal Sr., saying his name without, having all them feelings and Elrod, but maybe I won't.
No, why do it?
Yeah.
It's more fun to have the emotions, I think. Certainly
I miss my boy Lee May coming here.
Yeah, why?
That was clear.
I guess he has a health issue. Certainly wish him well, because I wanted to hear what he had to say about you.
It would have been a roast of Ed.
What's the highlight? What's the highlight of the day without having a chance to really reflect too much on it?
It meant something for Ozzie to be here for me. We've been playing together since I was 9. He was 10, and to graduate together. It was just so many things as we played basketball on the same team. So it was just nice to see both of us, contribute to the game of baseball what we have, but to have him to take time out of his day and to come was pretty cool.
Yeah, and then of course your family was here. I know you got many brothers and sisters, and we're talking about your brother. A little tough love there.
It was tough love, but it was all love.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it was a thing where they really taught you to compete, and I think what my eyes ended up seeing from having to play with them all the time, they weren't going to let you win. So, I just think it gave me an edge in life to run into something like that.
You had an edge?
Well, if you were going to tip a pitch, I was going to see it.
No, I know. Well, no doubt about that.
I thought it was interesting. You talked without being asked about the chant here and how that Eddie chant developed and actually had an impact on you for a while before you get used to it.
Well, yeah. you had to turn that into a positive. But I tell you, for about 20 at-bats, it was really loud. It was disturbing up there. You know, your thought process was being rattled. Next thing you know, you were able to try and get it down to a whisper.
Yeah.
Then from there, I turned it on to the pitcher and said, well, it's probably bothering him more, just bothering me. So, you know, I had the advantage.
And it was loud and clear today, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. This is awesome how many people stayed around during that big rainstorm.
Well, you know, I ran into Peter Schmuck, who writes for the Baltimore Sun. He said that the night you hit your 500 home run, there was a rain delay. It didn't start till about 10 o'clock that night. Is that true?
Oh, yeah. That was. I just did get it under the 12 o'clock hour there.
Really?
Oh, yeah. That day, walking on the field, we running our sprints just before the game, and I tell Cal, I look over at him. We won our first one. I told him, he says, I'm going deep today. I feel it. And he said, well, why? I said, nobody's talked to me today. So I started to run the second one, the third one, and they showed 21-31 up on the board.
Oh, wow.
And he turns and looks at me. He turned and looks at me and goes, yeah, you already said you're going deep. But then to get it under that 12 o'clock hour was pretty cool. And I mean, it was just a little special something with him.
And we were just showing the seat. That seat you saw is the seat where the ball landed on that 500th home run here. There it is right there, the special colored seat, the orange one that has been marked and will be marked forever.
You know, you mentioned Cal Ripken Sr., and of course I played him. He was my first manager. Well, I mean, I can go on for innings about how great he was, but what effect did he have on your career?
I tell you, you had to figure him out first. You saw him and you thought he was grumpy and blah, blah, blah. But when he talked to you, he cared about you. And
Machado, there's one. And there's the double play. Can you hang with us for half inning? You don't have to.
I'll hang.
You hang? Okay. We won't hold you the whole half inning, I promise. All right. Machado hits into the double play. Eddie Murray joining us here. We'll come back, talk with him a little bit more. It's Kansas City leading at 3-0. Here at Camden Yards, Eddie, good enough to come up and join us here. Eddie, I wanted to take you a little beyond the playing days. What was it like when you got done? When there weren't going to be any more days on the field, what was that like for you, and how did you make the adjustment to go from the player to a coach? You're helping people. You're obviously still around the game, but what was that like for you?
As a player, I knew I was done. I mean, I tore this tendon here in my wrist, and I tell you, I'd never throw the bat. And this bat's sitting out there just short of the mound. And actually, we were playing the Orioles in Anaheim. And I go out to pick it up. I said, I never throw the bat. I'm talking to myself. I pick it up, turn around, and the bat's still laying there. Now I know there's something wrong with my wrist. So I'm walking back, and I'm thinking about how many swings I just have made since I was 5 years old. And it was like, I guess that's enough. Really? Yeah. You know what would really been great for me? If we'd have been playing anybody else but the Orioles, I would have hit a one-handed double down the line. Cal knows when I get 2 strikes, he just walked over to the third base line, and all I had was one hand. And I hit a ball down the line, and he catches it. And I'm just going, that would have been cool. I could have walked.
Well, that probably made it easier. When you know you're done and there aren't any questions left, then you just move on, huh?
Right. And being a coach, I tell you, I thought I would take a couple of years off, but then it got to a point where you said, no, I don't need that. Let me go ahead and do it. And you kind of enjoyed it, but you wanted more on your plate. And, you know, it's amazing that sometimes when you know what's going to happen and you're trying to explain, I've been there. Please listen to me. It's going to happen, you know. Yeah. And it's not really, you know, they don't really believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Jim's aware of those sort of things.
Well, it is. You know, my question is, and, you know, I always kind of joke, and, you know, you're the first one to tell us that you weren't. We used to have a little field down in Miami, and we used to have guys guard when you were hitting because you'd be dumping balls down there, and that was all part of the plan. But when you start a career, and I know we have a lot of youngsters sitting at home, or even maybe some guys playing professional ball. What's it like to have? I got chills today when I'm hearing all the numbers, 399 with the bases loaded. I know the 500 home runs and 3,000 hits and all that, but did you ever think you were going to do that much?
No, I never dreamed of those numbers of that size. But I tell you, one person that really did the whole time was Charles Steinberg.
Really?
Charles Steinberg was, I'm approaching hit number 27, and he'll say something. You know, you're going to get this. He picked out numbers of 3,000 hits to 500 home runs. And I'm looking at him like, you're crazy. You know, and then to get there, you can't help but to think of him, you know. Yeah. Those numbers he was rattling off out there, that's not on pencil. I mean, it's not on paper. He's got that stuff on his head for some reason.
He likes you. Eddie, it's been a very long day for you. We really greatly appreciate you taking the time to stay here even later and come join us. We're honored to be part of it, and to have you here again. We know you'll be at the ballpark a lot more.
And I know we're going to see you at Cal's, and yes. I want you to get back in the game. No, forget the good of baseball.
I hear you, but, you know, somebody's got to want you, Jim.
Well, that's true.
You know, there's only one way I know, and that's almost like Cal Senior. You know, you're really going to be. I'm sorry, that's all right.
That's all right.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
Somebody calling.
They're calling from the front office over at the warehouse.
Hey, we got a job for you.
We got a job for you, Eddie. Now we're breaking news here tonight.
Yeah, but, you know, I only know how to do it the straight way. And, you know, you're having trouble. Well, let's recognize you're having trouble. That's the only way you're going to want to come out and get better, and that might be gone.
That ball deep into the gap, and that's going to hit on top, and goodbye home run. It had just enough, and the Butler has done it again. Billy Butler continues to demolish the Orioles this season. He puts up another homer. That is going to be homer number 3 in the ballgame for the Royals, accounting for all 4 of their runs.
Yeah, and we saw last night Gonzalez was able to get on his fist. And, Eddie, you know better. If you can eliminate pitches, it makes it a little bit easier to hit.
Absolutely. You got to, you know, like I said, I've always tried to get guys that pitcher might have went out there to the bullpen with 4 pitches. They all might not be working. He might eliminate one himself. He might not be able to throw another one on the mound. And as long as we can keep subtracting those, it makes it easier to swing.
We're going to see you back in the ball game. I agree with Jim, and I certainly hope that comes true, if that's what you want.
Okay, gentlemen. Thank you.
To see you. Eddie, thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Great day.
Great seeing you, Tyler.
Eddie Murray joining us here. Eddie Murray Day here at Camden Yards with the unveiling of the sculptor, and what has been a long day, obviously, as he waited through the ceremonies for the unveiling at 5:15, and then had to wait 3 hours plus for the rain delay before they could get him out on the field for the ceremonies that took place on field. But what a wonderful day for Oriole fans and for Eddie Murray. And the pitch taken away, so Butler's delivered the home run again, and the Royals putting on a long ball show here in this series against the Oriole pitchers in games 1 and now game 3. 1-2 delivery on the way, and that will be taken outside. Tillman had given up only 2 home runs in 6 starts. He has given up 3 home runs in 2 2/3 innings in this ball game. 2-2 delivery, and that's going to miss down low, and he goes full 3-2.
Yeah, well, when you're in command of your stuff, Gary, it's always great to pitch. And then this is going to be a 4-game series. As you get deeper into the series, of course, Gordon hit the second or third pitch of the game for a home run, but Usually you can kind of see where these guys like it. You can look at film right there. I mean, if you can get there and make those kind of pitches, you're not going to give up home runs.
So the strikeout victim will end the inning, but not before Butler puts one over, and Kansas City leads at 4-0.
Verizon Fios, introducing Verizon Fios Quantum Speed, internet twice as fast as anything America has ever seen. The Orioles trailing by 4 as they come up here in the 3rd inning. Quintanilla, Markakis, and Hardy, the first 3 scheduled hitters. Omar with a 2-run shot last night to give the Orioles the edge. Trailing 1-0, hit a 2-run shot. The Orioles would go on to win 7-1.
Buck Showalter made sure to mention Quintanilla's performance last night that obviously did get overshadowed. But
same with Gonzalez's pitching.
Yeah.
I mean, he's, what, 8 innings, 6 hits, only 1 walk.
Quintanilla having the big ball game, and now the Orioles are going to need it again as they trail in this one by a score of 4-0 and being out hit early in the ball game 6-3. And Quintanilla will foul that one the other way, 0-2. For Quintanilla in the ball game last night, in the last 3 games, he's had the home run, 3 RBIs, and a 7 for 14 over that 3-game stand. 3-game hit streak is what he comes into this ball game with.
Yeah, and he took a couple of good curveballs from Hojifer to set up the 3-1 count and then homered. A little bit different. Mendoza's not messing around tonight. And the other thing is, you know, we talked about how Chris Tillman over the course of his first 6 starts is getting over 6 runs a game. They do not score runs for Luis Mendoza. 3.52. So again, the record might be a little bit at 5 and 8. Maybe not a true indication how well he's pitched.
Speed delivery, tried to break that ball in, and that slipped away from him. And the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes from Mendoza. Mendoza gets 70% of leadoff batters out. Good number. Lifetime record 11 wins and 17 losses in his career. Tillman watching and now hoping for some offensive support. 2-2 delivery and a roller. Gets Hosmer there to take it. Quintanilla is retired. Tomorrow, all kids 14 and under at the 1:35 O's Royals game will get a chance to run the bases after the ball game. Great summer afternoon at Camden Yards, and the kids get to make a memory they'll never forget. Get your tickets in advance, 888-848-BIRD, Orioles.com. That's tomorrow for the afternoon ball game and the concluding game of this series and season series against Kansas City. Youngsters don't mind staying up late, do they? Here's Nick Markakis. Nick flied out to center field his first time up. Markakis hitting .267 off Royals pitching on the season.
I'll take a look again. Nick, the hand feeling better. Changed his stance, much more loaded position, hand behind his left shoulder. So the strikeouts, seeing the ball real well, waiting a little bit longer. Really in a great load position.
Ground ball. When you start seeing those, that's when you know Mendoza's got that sinker working, picking up ground balls like that get chopped into Mother Earth.
Well, 63% of the balls that the opposition has put in play have been on the ground, and that's a big number.
One of the most pronounced sinker ball pitchers in the game. We talked about his appearances against the Orioles. That last outing at Camden Yards 4 years ago in 2008, a 9-1 loss in that ball game. The only other start was in the rookie season 2007, September 21. He had a 3-2 win. His first major league victory came against the Orioles.
And there is his skipper, kind of the Jim Leland. Our momentum is based on how we start, and how our starters do, isn't it? I mean, every manager in baseball says that. Jim Leland said it back in 1997.
That does not change. Hardy with the 0 for 1 in the ball game tonight, a strikeout victim, the only one Mendoza's put up in the ball game. 2 down and nobody on here. And the 0-2 delivery, and Hardy will take it, and Kansas City was ready to go to the dugout, but it's 1-2.
Yeah, that one of those little two-seam fastballs, a little Greg Maddux. Started off the outside corner. Again, it's going left to right, and he just missed the outside corner.
And ready with a 1-2 delivery, and Hardy will take that one down low.
He really doesn't have a plus breaking ball, but then again, if the ball is sinking and he stays out of the middle of the plate and he stays down around the knees, it's hard to elevate. And we know the Orioles score about 50% of their runs. That's why one of the keys was strength versus strength. They hit fly balls, he throws ground balls.
And that breaking ball really is his changeup when it's working.
Yeah, there's a good one. Yep.
So he gets the strikeout. Mendoza with a couple of Ks, both coming against Hardy. The Orioles are retired in order. We've completed 3 and the Royals lead. At 5-1, 6 starts this year, looking to become the first O's pitcher since '97 to win 6 out of 7. Jimmy Key and Scott Erickson, the names of those starters who did that.
Yeah, the year that the Orioles went wire to wire. So again, it is about run support, and Chris has pitched very well. When he pitched poorly, and that was about the only time that he won, was up in the Yankee Stadium, where he gave up some early runs, ended up giving up 5-4 earned, and the Orioles scored 9 that day. So they know what it looks like. Better get some runs.
Here is Perez, and the catcher will take it inside for a ball. He delivered his 8th home run in the 2nd inning. Gordon leadoff homer, his 8th. Perez his 8th, and 24 for Billy Butler, a solo shot in the 3rd inning. And a swing and a miss on the off-speed foul tip, said the home plate umpire. 1-1.
Yeah, it wasn't a really good breaking ball, but it had a wrinkle on it. And I get the feeling that Mr. Perez, he can hit the fastball. And again, only 22 years old.
He does like to line up on that. Chops that one to short. Hardy. On away, 4th inning. Tonight's Mass and Mobile word of the day is legend. Text LEGEND to 29292. Your chance to enter to win a meet and greet with Adam Jones. And just 1 day left to enter. The more you watch Masson, the more chances you'll have to win. Adam out there in center. Tillman with one away, nobody on. Here is Jeff Francoeur. Francoeur is 6-game hit streak went after the first pitch and flied to left field. He too has had a season against the Orioles, hitting .357 against O's pitching, 2 home runs and 4 RBIs. 0-1 delivery to him, and that'll be taken inside. 1 ball, 1 strike count.
Yeah, doubled the first night. Took a curve ball and hit it over Markakis' head. Really good at bat. What are the numbers that you were talking about?
Here's the 1-1 delivery to him by Tillman. That's going to be sliced to Markakis. 2 down. Tuesday, the Orioles open a 3-game series against the Red Sox, and every Tuesday is Ollie's Bargain Night, presented by Ollie's Bargain Outlet. All upper reserve seats, $9 in advance. You can back the Birds. Enjoy a great night out at the yard. 888-848-BIRD. Go to Orioles.com. Red Sox beaten by Cleveland today, and they played a sloppy ball game. Cleveland beat them by a score of 5-2, as the Red Sox have now lost 8 of their last 10 ball games.
Yeah, unless Buchholz pitches, who won last night on a 2-hitter complete game. In fact, he's been on a roll. He'll pitch against the Orioles when they come into town. But Will Middlebrooks broke his hand last night, so another one on the disabled list.
He's gone for the year.
I think Danny Valencia, who they had signed in early August, called up. Saw him with the Twins.
Hosmer up, and the pitch misses, and the count goes to 3-0. He grounded out his first time up.
Yeah, it's hard to get a read on that ball club with the injuries, and then your 2 starters, your big horses, are 9 and 17, John Lester and Josh Beckett.
And he walked him on 4 straight. So there's the first walk surrendered by Tillman. And it comes with 2 away here in the 4th inning. And we'll get Getz another chance at the plate. The Orioles 61-52, 6 games behind the Yankees. Yankees won today. So 6 games at the moment. Orioles will either be 6.5 or 5.5 behind, depending on the outcome of this one. Getz a single and a stolen base, left stranded in the 2nd inning. 2 away. And that's inside for a ball.
Yeah, unable, at least to this point in the game, and we're in the 4th, to locate that outside corner. Cutting a lot of balls, and I don't think on purpose. And that means he's usually just falling off a little bit, going left.
1-0 delivery to Getz, and catches the inside corner with that one. Getz now with 3 hits, 7 at bats in the series against the Orioles, as Chris Tillman tries to settle it in and hold this team right where they are at. Remember, Chris came up July 4. That's why this is only his 7th of the year. And way up high with that one.
Yeah, again trying to establish the off speed, and a little frustrated.
Riding a 4-game win streak coming into this ball game for Tillman against Seattle, the Yankees, Tampa Bay, and Cleveland. Minnesota's the only team he's lost to. 2-1 delivery to him. That's going to be a looper to center. Jones coming hard. Adam Jones gets retired. No runs, no hits, no errors. The base runner left on. Kansas City via the homer has a 4-0 lead. on Masson, brought to you by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. Now all fans can take a look at Eddie Murray and the great sculpture unveiled today out in the picnic area here at Camden Yards. And whenever you come to the ballpark, great place just to go visit. A lot of folks out there and get a lot of pictures taken. We go to the bottom half of the fourth inning. 4-0 lead. The Royals 4-6-0. The Orioles 0-3-0. Each team 2 left on base. Here's Nate McLouth. He takes it for a strike. He delivered a single and was left stranded at third back in the first inning.
Yeah, jumped on a low fastball, hit a screening line drive into center field, and there's a little hook. Just try to get some people on, and it doesn't. Again, you're going to have to find some holes. Doesn't throw a lot of home runs, and he came in the third best home run ratio, least amount for any pitcher with over 100 innings pitched. So again, the grounder has been his best friend.
Here's the 0-2 delivery on the way, and that ball he had to reach for. And another turn it over to second base, and Getz will get the out. One away here in the fourth inning. That's 6 ground ball outs now that have been recorded by Mendoza. Adam Jones coming up. Take a look at the extra base hits numbers. Adam Jones, 55, is tied for third in the American League. The Orioles' all-time leader through the same number of games was Miguel Tejada in 2005 when he had 65, 10 more than Jonesy does. The O's single-season extra base hit leaders, Brady Anderson in 96, had a total of 92. As a team, the Orioles are 6th in extra base hits in the league.
That must have been the year that Brady hit 50 home runs.
Yes.
And then, of course, Aubrey Huff, what, about 3-4 years ago, led the American League with 82. So he's up there with the leaders.
Adam Jones a chance to be, and is, among that leaders group in extra base hits in O's franchise history.
Hey, that's that running two-seam fastball, and again, you got to be ready because it's good velocity. And again, velocity doesn't tell you the whole story. Look at that, 83% fastballs. That he gets an early lead, 1 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third. So, and then when he gets ahead, and that fastball good enough to allow him to throw enough strikes to get in that position, he's made some good pitches with his breaking ball.
1-1 delivery will be inside. Adams taking advantage of Camden Yards. .312 average at home this year. .278, very good on the road as well. Jones continues to lead the Orioles in offensive categories, almost all of them. Here's the 2-1 delivery, and it got him.
Yeah, he'll be happy to go down there as long as he got hit last night on a slow curveball, but he'll take it because the Orioles need base runners. Just a running fastball, two-seamer. You can see that two-seam spin. It just runs right in, and where does it clip him? Right on the rib cage. I said, "You look thinner." He said, "I've lost probably about 9 pounds since spring training."
And he looks it.
Yeah, he really looks a little bit.
It's right in the waist.
Yeah.
So that is hit batter number 8 by Mendoza. Told you he can be a little erratic.
Well, it opens up a hole, and again, when you're down 4, this game a long way from being over. Anybody that's ever played it understands that. And I know Mendoza doesn't it, but it opens up a hole in the right field. And the more guys you get on, the more holes it creates.
And Matt Wieters will try and take advantage of it. Wieters flying out to left field his first time up. 1 down. And Matt will take the pitch inside for a ball. All the studies done over the history of time, when you talk about ground ball, fly ball, if you can get the opposite matchup, if you're the hitter, it's the same that's true for a pitcher. If you're a fly ball hitter, you want to go up against ground ball pitchers. There's something about a swing of the fly ball pitcher that's able to pick up those low pitches that a ground ball pitcher throws and get them in the air and get some hits. So the Oriole fly ball hitters are going to try and do that against Mendoza.
Yeah, they're looking, and Matt's been able to do it. They're looking for him. And, he used to sit on the bench. You get Tommy John, Joel Horland, you go into Chicago. A lot of really good sinker ballers, Gary Peters. You go, make him bring the ball up. And a lot of it has to do whether you can throw that strike 1 or ball 1.
Wieters 2-0 takes that up high, and the count goes to 3-0.
So there are a lot of pitchers that don't panic when you get a big lead, and then there are younger pitchers that go, "Oh no, don't want to blow this one." And as you get creep in towards that 5th inning, which is the amount of innings you have to pitch to get a win. Sometimes tension creeps in, and that's what the Orioles are hoping.
3-0 delivery. Wieters taking all the way, and he's on. So there's the first walk surrendered by Mendoza. 1 down, 2 on for the O's.
So a little angst in the dugout. Salvador Perez, Salvi as they call him, he's going to come out to the mound. Second baseman's coming in. Ned Yost, former catcher, the skipper, going, it's not good.
So after hitting Adam Jones, he throws 4 consecutive out of the strike zone to Matt Wieters, and the Orioles get 2 on here, and could almost see a little breakdown by Mendoza after he hit Jones, as he had Escobar, the shortstop, come over and talk to him for a minute, just try and settle him down a little. Perez trying to do the same thing behind the plate. Here's Benameet. Wilson Benameet, a single, his first time up. And Benameet towards first. Hosmer, there's 1, no relay, but they get the out at second base on Wieters. Jones moves over to third. Benameet reaches on the fielder's choice in the all-important second out.
Yeah, and that's what they're looking for with a 4-0 lead. And Hosmer, very agile, going to eventually be a Gold Glover over there. Big wingspan, tall kid. So he just gets the lead out, and that's all you're thinking about. I'm not sure that Alcides Escobar wanted to throw it over to Mendoza and throw it away. Easy way to get the Orioles on the board.
So now 2 down, and Chris Davis coming up, first and third. Hit into a fielder's choice his first time up in a tough stretch. 1 for his last 21 coming into the ball game. Now 1 for 22. And the pitch will miss inside for a ball. 274 with runners in scoring position. Really good number for an Orioles team that has struggled team-wise in that department. And he's got runners at first and third here. Mendoza, a high average against him with runners in scoring position. Opponents hitting .321. That's one of the reasons his ERA is as high as it is. And again, not getting Davis to bite, and the count goes to 2-0. See, with 2 down for the Orioles, when they are on the offensive side of it, they've had 171 RBIs. That's 9th in the American League in 2-out RBIs. Pitching wise, they've given up too many. 212, the most in the majors.
Yeah, and you wonder if all the errors might contribute to that leading or really major league leading number. You know, the extra outs, and then you get the big innings we talked about last night.
Davis, that's a blooper towards the seats.
Yeah, see, again, you're looking fastball, but if year 1 for 20, 21, talked about Mark Trumbull having a terrific year, 3 for 30, you don't see the ball well. So you're always kind of anxious. Everybody talks about slowing the game down as a hitter. Remember when George Brett hit .390? He said ball looked like a beach ball. Mainly because he was hitting .390 and he was breathing and he wasn't anxious. When you're struggling, pitching, hitting, broadcasting,
it's a BB.
Exactly.
Here's the 2-1 delivery. Davis, that's the pitch that he wouldn't go after in the first 2 deliveries. Did that time, 2-2.
Yeah, and that's not even being close to a strike. So, again, I mean, this is what happens when you struggle. You want to get the bat going. You want to put the club on the board, and you help out the pitcher.
All right, Kia Pitch Tracks brought to you by Kia Motors. To learn more, visit kia.com. Kansas City, a 4-0 lead. Orioles trying to get on the board here in the 4th inning. 2-2. Oh, pulled the string on him. And Mendoza gets the strikeout. That will be his third. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 are left on base for the Orioles with the Royals up. Hayden, that's Orioles first base coach Wayne Kirby's son right there. And Eddie being recognized by the fans between innings here at Camden Yards. A 4-0 lead for Kansas City. Take a look at our PNC minor league report brought to you by PNC for the achiever in you. Last night for Brian Mattis, 5 innings. Gave up the 3 runs on 5 hits, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. More importantly, perhaps threw 91 pitches. 91 in 5 innings.
The report I've gotten from scouts that have seen him pitch, and it's not from Oriole guys, is that he's scuffling a little bit, which you hate to see. Same with Jake Arrieta. Good velocity, bad command. Ooh, good change up there. And
Alex Gordon has struck out and hit his 8th home run. As we go to the 5th inning, 3-hour, 9-minute rain delay in this ball game. That's why we're closing in on 11:30 here. Another good pitch that was kept down low and an 0-2 count on Gordon.
Yeah, all you can do if you're Chris Tillman is slam the door. And again, you've been getting 6 runs for 9 innings when you're out there, and hope that the Orioles can get some runs on the board. And the way you do that is you encourage them by stopping the opposition, because those 4 runs are 4 more than he anticipated giving up. But it happens.
Gordon, the major league leader in doubles, 38 of them, and he will foul that one away. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count, top of the order. Then Escobar and Moustakas coming up. Yankees 5-2 win today. McGee, one of the newly acquired, went 2 for 4, 3 RBIs for the Yankees. Encarnacion at a 2 for 3 for Toronto in a losing effort, and Garcia pitched a good ball game. Garcia all of a sudden with CC Sabathia going on the DL today.
Really?
Yeah.
CC went on?
The elbow. They hoped they weren't going to have to put him on the DL. They thought he could just skip a start, but they put him on, and Garcia suddenly is their #1 starter after not making the rotation. Swing and a miss, and that'll be the 2nd strikeout Gordon's gone down on.
So 3 of the 5 pitches, change-ups, and watch this one float away. Not a great one, but again, good arm action, good movement. And tonight the fastball has gotten Chris Tillman, even though he's had good velocity. And you can see, you know, he does much more so than in years past, mixing up all his pitches. And again, Matt Wieters has a lot to do with that.
1 away. Here's Escobar's single, and he is grounded out, and he will take it for a strike. Escobar 3 hits, 10 at bats here in the series, and an even 300 for this very talented shortstop who's hitting .379.
Yeah, he can really pick it at shortstop.
379 against the Orioles this year. Pitches away as he showed the bunt, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. That'll bring Manny Machado in at 3rd base on the cut of the grass.
And you can notice he's playing on the grass. Doesn't want that lip to interfere with any hops.
And back into the screen for a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Escobar. Escobar came in having 0 for 4 in the ball game, 0 for 3 last night, and an 0 for 4, but got rid of that in a hurry with a base hit. Here's the 1-2 delivery to him, and Tillman will miss. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Yankees win. The Red Sox lose as Cleveland won 5-2 over Boston. Gonzalez had a 1 for 4 for the Red Sox, but Brent Lillibridge 3 for 4, 2 RBIs for the Indians, who win at 5-2. And that one just missed. Not nearly as far off the plate as Escobar had hoped as he raised his arms up.
Well, with 2 strikes, he's looking away, and the ball is in. And you start playing dodgeball.
Almost got one there. Jim Thome, almost coach.
Well, he is a coach. Yeah, he really is.
That'll go to second base. Quintanilla makes the play on Escobar. 2 down. Mid-Atlantic Sports Report will be back Monday 5 to 7. Tom Davis, Dave Johnson, Mel Anton, and Phil Wood. All the latest Oriole news, notes, and headlines from around the majors as well. That's Monday 5 right here on Masson.
Yeah, Jim Thome is here. I think he probably maybe had a little omelet at 9:30 in the morning for the night game and doing all the neck exercises, and saw him running yesterday. I told him, you know, with your speed, you could have been the first guy with over 600 home runs and 600 stolen bases. And he just looked at me like I was completely nuts. He said, Charlie Manley told me, you always got to know what you can do and you can't do. And he's 600 stolen bases did not factor into any equation.
6 maybe. 6, but not 600.
But what a terrific guy. And I've been saying that since I saw him when he broke in when he was, 21 or 22 with the Indians. But to end up and, hopefully the neck will get well and he'll get a couple more at bats before the year's over for the Orioles.
Pitch is taken inside. Moustakas up, 2 ball, 1 strike count, 2 down.
Now you're in that again, 14 of the 17 home runs, and he's going to at least he should be looking fastball to try to drive one there, and he doesn't get it.
Tillman is already 86 pitches here into the ball game in the 5th inning. So the Orioles will be keeping an eye on Chris Tillman's effectiveness here. 2-2 delivery over the top into the shift. Quintanilla's got a charge and will get the out. What a long way to come. Good inning, retires the side in order. The Orioles offense needed. Machado will be leading it off when we come back. The great years here in Baltimore. Not only one of the great players of all time, but among switch hitters right at the very top. And the unveiling of the statue today. And Eddie with a lot of smiles and a lot of friends. Cal, Brooks, Earl, Jim, along with Eddie at the unveiling. Frank not here today. Frank Robinson, whose statue's already been unveiled, not feeling particularly well. And will be back, he hopes, for another 2 unveilings.
We have Cal's coming on the 6th of September, and then I think Brooks the end of the month. And yeah, only one switch hitter, Mickey Mantle, with more home runs, but not as many base hits.
And not a better average.
Nope.
As Eddie was right at the top on that one. Now the Orioles need some runs.
Well, yet to be able to get a hit in runners in scoring position. Had a couple of opportunities.
Here's Manny Machado. He hit into a double play his first time up. Machado with a 4 for 9 to start his major league career. And all of the numbers that had to be looked up after he delivered the 2-homer ball game to become the youngest player in Orioles history with a multi-homer game. Boog Powell had that record in 1962. Down to third. Chopper. Moustakas.
Yeah, well, they know he could hit the breaking ball because in his major league debut off of Will Smith, hit a curve ball up the gap for a triple, and last night solo 3-run home run on curveballs. I thought Ned Yost said it the best. He said, listen, they were mistakes. They were hanging curveballs, but they weren't the only mistakes that were delivered last night, and he did a great job of putting him out of the ballpark, and that's what you want. You get a good pitch to hit, you're going to have a good career. Those are the ones you hit. And Ned, former catcher, certainly knows that.
Yep. Here is Quintanilla standing in. He grounded out his first time up. The Orioles not able to do anything so far off the starter, and that's going to be into the seats. Mendoza has walked 1 and struck out 3. He has given up just 3 hits in the game. 2 of them were back-to-back in the first inning by McLouth and Jones, but they came with 2 down. The Orioles couldn't convert. Betemit had a leadoff single in the second inning, got taken out on a double play. Otherwise, it's been 1 walk and a hit batter. The only other base runners.
Yeah, Mendoza 28, and he had a nice little minor league career. I mean, had some great years for the Rangers, 15-4, and you mentioned last year had a 2.18 ERA at AAA, and it is AAA, but again, if you want to get back to the big leagues, go 12-5 with a 2.18 ERA. You'll get a chance to make the club. Oh yeah.
1-1 delivery. Hit knee, and the off speed goes towards the middle. Escobar lost it over and will get him. Ground balls galore here, 2 down. Wednesday, the first 10,000 kids 14 and under at the Orioles-Red Sox 7:05 game. We're going to get the Orioles collectible truck. It is presented by W.B. Mason. So bring the kids out to the ballpark. Great collectible and an important ball game with the Red Sox in. Get your tickets in advance, 888-848-BIRD, Orioles.com. That's going to be on Wednesday. All the youngsters on hand, still awake. And watching a ball game rolling along here with Kansas City's early run so far holding up. Leadoff homer by Alex Gordon. Followed up in the second inning by Perez with a 2 RBI homer, and then a solo shot by Billy Butler in the third, accounting for the 4 runs. 1-0 delivery taken inside by Markakis. David Price picked up the victory today. The Rays beat Minnesota 4-2. Price is 15-4. 7 innings, 2 runs, 7 hits, and he struck out 5 in the ball game. Upton had a 2 for 4, 3 RBIs for the Rays. Suddenly the Rays are right where you thought.
Longoria is back,
yes.
and still not playing third base, maybe not running well, but again, it's like going out and getting a potential all-star. Whether he plays third or he DHs, it just makes everybody in that lineup better, and you know that year in and year out the Rays are going to be on the top 1, 2, 3 in pitching.
Tampa Bay has now won 5 games in a row, and all 5 of them are since the return of Evan Longoria.
Yeah. And we saw this last year. They played great in August. They played really well in September when the Red Sox were folding, and for the 3rd out of 4 years made the playoffs. 91 wins.
And the 3-1 delivery on the way and jammed him, and that's going to be fouled back. Markakis 0 for 2. Has flied out and grounded out, and now has an 0 for 8 going in this series.
Yeah.
He's not had a hit off Mendoza. Lifetime, he is 0 for 6 against him.
I told him hit one soft because the line drives are getting caught. There you go. The rally hat's early.
3-2 delivery on the way. That's the first. Hauled in by Hosmer, leaning to his right.
Yeah, I told you get a soft one. Hard one's not falling in.
And a 1-2-3 inning, 5 in a row have been retired by Mendoza. Of this series on the final of the season series against Kansas City, Tommy Hunter will be on the mound for the Orioles against Bruce Chen. Our coverage on MASN HD at 1 with those extra presented by Jeep, followed by game coverage at 1:30. All the access you need right here on MASN.
Yeah, there we go. Chen, who actually pitched very well his last start against the White Sox. White Sox are playing very well. Tommy Hunter looking to get back in the rotation and help the Orioles hopefully get to the postseason. And then, of course, Bruce Chen, a former Oriole for a couple of years.
Here's Billy Butler. And before it's all said and done, may become an Oriole based on the numbers he puts up against the Orioles. His 24th home run came in the third inning. He's now hitting about .395 against the Orioles this year. He's got 4 home runs and 6 RBIs. And the pitch, a strike on the inside corner.
Yeah, everything but trying to stay away from the fastball out over the plate, because he's been feasting on it. Now Miguel Gonzalez just boom, boom, in. Strike 1.
Did he go? Nope. Angel Campos down at first. And a 2-ball, 1-strike count.
Yeah, not a lot of curveballs. Apparently Buck Showalter thought that ball was a strike. This is what Angel is supposed to look. I don't think he swung there.
No. This is so tough.
Well, they're looking to see how far the bat traveled.
2-1 delivery down low, scooped up. Butler, Kane, and Perez are due up here in the 6th inning for the Royals.
Yeah, well, they're just going to try to add on. We saw them do that on Thursday night, and they were certainly able to do it. And Billy Butler, what, home run, double, triple, and then a couple of strikeouts. Didn't just miss the cycle. Only George Brett for the Royals.
Happy to say, for his sake, that Jared Dyson, who had that left ankle bothering him last night, looks like he's going to be all right. Not playing tonight. Skulovich down in the bullpen for the Orioles, as Tillman, as we said, is up on that 90 pitch mark in the ball game. So 93 thrown, getting towards the end of the line. Buck Showalter trying to leave him in long enough to give him a chance to benefit from Oriole runs in the next half inning. 3-ball, 2-strike delivery on the way, and chased it up high. 3-2 still.
Yeah, they really made him work. And of course, how do you make a pitcher work? And I'm certainly go through this. Your team doesn't score any runs. You give up some runs, and then you just know you can't give up any more. So every pitch, really hard to relax. See ya.
Got him. And the 8th pitch of the at-bat called out. 5 strikeouts for Tillman.
Well, I remember my first manager, Hank Bauer, told Davy Johnson in a 1-0 loss, bases loaded, took this exact pitch. He said, if it's close enough to call, close enough to swing at. A little learning lesson for Davy Johnson when he was a rookie. And it's a borderline pitch. It was kind of a frame job by Matt Wieters. He just didn't really, didn't yank it up there. So
you use that with 2 different meanings. Here's Lorenzo Kane and 1-0.
Yeah, you were right. It was a double on Andre. Yes.
Kane had a single scored on the home run by Perez in the 2nd inning. He has struck out and will take the pitch up high, and the count goes to 2-0. Kane gets himself out over the plate. He does have that leaning swing. He's almost on his toes, and he gets ready to go. So the pitch is inside to him. He really has to move away from it. He's leaning the other way, and a strike on the outside corner. Real good young player who they're looking forward to watching in center field. Since returning off the DL, he's hit .292. Here's the 2-1 delivery to him, and that's going to miss. And the count goes to 3-1.
Yeah, Ned Yost, the skipper of the Royals, saying we're set behind the plate, set at third, set at shortstop, set in left field, set at first base.
3-1, 3-2.
We like his platoon in center field.
Starting pitching, a major problem.
Yes.
Who doesn't say that for the most part?
Well, their starters, their ERA, I mean, it's over 5.31, I believe. So that's why lately they've been pitching well.
That ball driven in the air to right field. That Markakis is going to get there. Kane's retired. It's funny, before the game, day game tomorrow, Matt Wieters is not going to catch. Maybe the reason is he's too tall. You want to hear how that gets explained by the manager? Listen in when he talks about day games.
The shadows are such that the taller your catcher, you have to move later because the hitter can see the shadow move when you go in or go out. The taller your catcher is. Those short, squatty guys, the shadow don't move much. Now that's being real picky. Okay, Matt just suggests and moves a little later.
That's pretty good.
Well, if anybody can do it, Matt can do it.
Yeah, that's right.
So what, he only catches on cloudy days, day games after night games.
Because
right?
of his height. Yeah. He actually cited, and now I forget who it was, but he cited a hitter who actually told him that in those day games, especially in those twilight times, that the hitter used to watch the catcher's shadow out in front and knew whether he moved in or out and could judge where the pitch at least was supposed to be delivered by watching that shadow and thus not peeking and gaining the ire of the pitcher.
Right. So he looked away because he saw the shadow away, and the guy missed 3 feet inside, and he got plunked in the ribs.
Well, you know the old saying,
there we go.
He hit him, and not real happy about it is Perez. I don't know. Certainly on it. Now the warnings are being given.
Well, now what is that about?
There's been no other hit batter here.
No, and because he hit a home run about, well, but you know, Jonesy gets hit.
Jones took the hit by a pitch in the 4th inning for the Orioles. But hard to believe that's retaliation.
Yeah.
So they're both warned.
I think that when a guy, you know, hammers one off you, Buck's, you know, it's just a fastball in, and he doesn't even move. Of course, when you're that big, I guess you don't need to, but he already homered. Okay. But there's the target. They're going in, and he missed in. Now, this right here, and I'm not, that's got the umpire's attention. That's what Chris Gutierrez was looking at, because if he just goes down to first base, which is what, but he's 22, and I don't think there was any intention at all.
So 2 down, a man on. Francoeur is flied out a couple of times. Does have a 6-game hit streak, however. Tillman with his first hit batter of the season. He's got a walk and 5 strikeouts in the game. 1-0 count, and probably his last inning right here. He hopes his last batter up to 106 pitches thrown.
Well, yeah, if Chris gets out of this inning, now all of a sudden Mendoza, who has that running fastball, if he hits somebody,
he's gone.
He could be gone, yeah. So it actually may benefit the Orioles.
2-0 count, 2 away. Very short lead at first base. Francoeur will take the pitch outside.
Of course, the problem is you got to get Jeff Francoeur out, and again, I wouldn't be surprised. I think he 3-0 on Thursday night. They let him go. Of course, they had the big lead on their way to trouncing the Orioles. And I wouldn't be surprised if he'd probably be a breaking ball.
3-0 delivery. He was going after it, and he fouls it back over the screen.
Yeah, it was a fastball, and he was airing it out. And why not?
He's red hot. I mean, he's hitting in the 6-game hit streak. He's hitting .391. I mean, not just a 6-game hit streak. It's got a lot in it. A couple of doubles, 2 home runs.
Yeah, wait, probably about 7-8 days ago, they actually benched him because he was struggling. I was watching some of the games last week. He bunted for a base hit, chased a foul ball. The ball went in the stands. Popcorn, grabbed a handful of popcorn, playing loose.
Traditional.
The next time, asked for, can I have a drink?
3-1 delivery. He's going to be up high, and he walked him. Second walk surrendered by Tillman. So a hit batter and a walk puts runners on at first and second base with 2 down, and Rick Showalter is on his way out. That's real tough for Tillman, because now he's not going to have a chance to have any runs benefit him here that might be scored by the Orioles in the bottom half of the inning. But Showalter does not want to let this get any more out of control. So Tillman is out of there, suffering from the home runs. 3 of them surrendered in the ball game. He'll leave with 2 on his responsibility. 3 home runs given up. He'd given up only 2 in his first 6 starts. He's given up 3 in this ball game.
Yeah, just some fastballs, one into Perez, and a couple out over the plate, Gordon and then Butler. So again, it could have been a lot worse. Really tried to establish the curveball. It's a low percentage pitch anyway. Just didn't have a good feel with it. Used the changeup to get this far, and Sokolovic will come on. Had a nice year. The Orioles get him out of the White Sox organization, originally starting with the Red Sox. So they liked him. Buck Showalter's been talking about him from spring training because he throws a lot of strikes. He's got a nice little breaking ball, and he can keep the ball down in the strike zone.
Runners at first and second. There are 2 away. Eric Hosmer, the first baseman. He's got a base hit. Coming around Perez. He'll score. Throw will come into second. Francoeur goes over to third, and that hit batter crosses the plate. And run number 5. 5-0 lead for Kansas City.
Yeah, a little changeup that just stays up enough. Hosmer last year 3rd in the rookie voting, and he just hits a rocket into center field. Doesn't get fooled. Might have been looking soft. And when you do, and you don't get that ball down, doesn't have much depth, and it just kind of hovers up there, and he hits it into center for a run.
So 5 runs on 7 hits now for Kansas City. 46 RBI of the year for Hosmer. First and third gets a single, and he is flied out. Sokolovic with 2 down. That's going to go down the line, and that will be foul for a strike. These games have been distinctly different. First one dominated by Kansas City last night, dominated by the Orioles tonight, so far at least, dominated by Kansas City. Francoeur, the lead runner at third, and Hosmer at first. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Sokolovic up high with it. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Royals are a dangerous team to play. They are going to be one of the spoiler teams here in the final weeks of the season. They've got power. They've got a team that's just kind of coalescing, coming together around that up the middle strength Jim was talking about. 1-1, that's in there. Runner goes, delayed steal. Runner's going to score. The delayed steal to draw the throw by Hosmer, and he did, and not a good one by Wieters. And Francoeur scores, and it is 6-0.
Yeah, well, we talked about in the opening about when the Orioles lose, sometimes they do it by big numbers. And right there, if you're Ned Yost and you have speed, Hosmer, against hit 17 home runs, but he can run a little bit. So you start him. It is a delayed steal. You put pressure on the defense. You make the Orioles, who do lead the American League in most errors, execute. And you could see that coming. You knew the throw was going to hit the runner, and they get another run.
So Getz with a chopper towards second base. Quintanilla got it. He'll make the play over first. That will retire the side, but 2 runs in on just 1 hit. A hit batter and a walk, and both of them scored.
this early lead as the Royals. Alex Gordon, second time in this 4-game series, has led off the game with a home run, and Salvador Perez 2-run shot in the second. And then in the third inning, Billy Butler, 24th of the year, career high. He makes it 4-0. They add a couple of more runs in the sixth, and Mendoza just cruising along. When the Orioles do get runs or runners on, he just gets them out.
All 6 runs charged to Tillman. 6 runs scoring against him in the 5 2/3 innings, and Hardy fouls it back. He has been struck out twice by Mendoza. 2 of the 3 strikeouts that the Royals pitcher has in the ball game.
Mendoza, who hails from Mexico, born in Veracruz, and that's what you got to do when you look at gray and blue, is think about one of the greatest ever out of there, Fernando Valenzuela.
He is 1-1 lifetime. Mendoza is against the Orioles. Here's the 2-1 delivery on the way, and that'll be popped up third base. The stock is silver.
Well, a great late life to his fastball tonight, and he's used it. He's gotten ahead, and then the breaking ball on occasion has been very good.
By the way, you may not have realized it, but you saw a steal of home plate in that last inning. It's a stolen base for Francoeur, who scored, and a stolen base for Hosmer, who went to second. So Francoeur is credited with a steal of home on that run that scored in the last inning, that second run. In the air to Gordon. 6th inning, 1 down. Those extra post-game tune-in brought to you by PNC Bank. For the achiever in you, Jim and Rick standing by. Their long day will continue. Buck will be in the press conference. You'll have a chance to listen to that, player interviews, and more as we close in on the midnight hour here on this Saturday. In the 6th inning, we had a 3-hour, 9-minute rain delay before the ball game ever got started, and the showers did indeed move through, and it's a pleasant evening here at the ballpark right now. McLeod with a single, and he is grounded out. Only 3 hits for the Orioles, 2 in the first inning, 1 in the second. They've not had a hit since Betemit led off the second inning with a base hit. They have runners have reached a hit batter and a walk, but that's been it. 1-0 delivery, took something off it. It's in there, 1-1.
Yeah, nothing like having good stuff, good command, good fastball, and now you can use all your pitches. Back-to-back changeups.
28-year-old with a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
So Francoeur gets a stolen base at home. Not as dramatic as the Jackie Robinson steal of home in one of the early World Series, Dodgers Yankees, when Yogi Berra thought he tagged him out.
It wasn't like the thundering herd coming down the line.
No.
Berra waiting for him with the ball. None of that.
None of that.
No, the ball was just rolling around the outfield and Francoeur crossed it. Now, if we had, I guarantee you, if we had Jeff Francoeur up here, he would turn that steal of home plate into a great, glorious story. I guarantee you.
Well, he's a fun-loving guy.
He is.
Yeah.
He would tell us of the great break he had, of the almost collision at the plate, how he slid around the catcher and was able to get in.
And the anticipation of being able to do all that, of course.
Realizing he was going to steal home. Yes. Here's the 2-2 delivery on the way, and that is swung on a miss.
Yeah, slow, and high heater.
Mendoza's got 4 strikeouts, and there are 2 down. You can pick up your new edition of Orioles Magazine and Kids Magazine on your next trip to the ballpark. O's Magazine features Adam Jones, Wei and Chen, the Orioles Legends Celebration Series, and inside information on the O's, and the new edition for the kids, articles, puzzles, and games. For Birds fans, perfect souvenir for the kids' trip to the ballpark. Pick them up when you get here. And grounded foul outside of third.
Let's see here. A little question and answers in that centerpiece with Adam on it. Matt Wieters. Let's see. Favorite band, concert you've ever attended? Hootie and the Blowfish. Tommy Hunter, who's going to pitch tomorrow. Charlie Daniels.
Favorite band?
Jason Hamill, whose knee is getting better. Going to start throwing. Pearl Jam. Gary Thorne. There's Jason. He's walking wounded. Actually, the pain gone and working on. Let's see. Nick Markakis, Creed. Mark Reynolds, Dave Matthews Band.
What's your favorite band?
Well, Sting. But now Joan Jett, only because Joan Jett was in my no-hitter. Hails from Silver Spring.
Very good.
Got me backstage passes for her and Sting in the Hollywood Sportatorium.
Well, anybody gives you free passes, guarantee
I love
they're going to be your number 1 band.
Exactly.
Adam Jones, 2 down, nobody on. He's single, been hit by a pitch. And that's going to be a base hit into left field. So a couple of hits in the ball game for Jones, and the first for the Orioles since the 2nd inning. It comes with 2 down and no one on here in the 6th.
See, there you go. Okay, because Adam, his favorite band, and that had a lot to do with that hanging curveball that he hit into left field, was Jay-Z and Kanye West.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I just picked up those CDs the other day.
Both of them? Well, all I know is that whatever
I can't handle
whatever music store you're going to must be next to an ice cream store.
Here's Wieters, and the pitch is taken for a strike. My favorite band is the original Dave Brubeck Quartet. 1 strike, 2 down, runner on at first base.
Well, I was talking to Karen, our stage manager. I said, we're going to have a little Bill Evans tonight. Around midnight.
Bill Evans
around midnight. One of his great albums.
Yeah. We do Miles Davis, Midnight Blue. And that pitch will be down and in, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. So it was Dave Brubeck on piano, Joe Morello on drums, Eugene Wright on bass, and then pick your tenor saxophonist. As we close in on the midnight hour, Stan Getz happened to be my favorite in the quartet. Here's the 1-1 delivery on the way, and a ground ball up the middle off the mound. What a stop, and they get the out. 2 great plays. Getz able to stop it, and then Escobar able to hang on to it. And Adam Jones is retired on a ball that was headed to the middle off the bat of Wieters. Like about a snow cone. I think that's vanilla, by the way. Kansas City. Yesterday, Eddie Murray was honored here at Camden Yards. The number 33 got the statue unveiled, and look at the Earl. Little kiss given there. Thank you for all those wins that you helped generate. And Eddie Murray continued his celebration here tonight. Great to have him come up and join us upstairs here. And now forevermore, Oriole fans can go to the picnic area and take a look at the statues, and Eddie is still here enjoying the baseball game, hanging on and talking some baseball.
Well, the Orioles beat the Tigers, in 13 innings? And Eddie stayed during my statue on July 14th for the whole 13 innings. So
he likes being at the ballpark.
Let's go 13. Well, no, maybe not a good idea.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, we're going to have to win it.
Generally, I wouldn't disagree with you.
Win it at 11.
All right. 11's okay. We are in the 7th. And, of course, Wilson Pickett got his due as we went by 12. 1-0 count. And the pitch will be taken for a strike. Alex Gordon has struck out twice, delivered a home run. Skolovich came on, gave up a single, then got the final out in the 6th inning. And Tillman, the starter, 6 runs, 6 hits, 5 2/3. Vukovic with a 1-1 delivery, and that will be fouled off. Red Sox do have the Orioles do have the day off on Monday, and then the Red Sox will be in. Wei Chen against Josh Beckett, Miguel Gonzalez against Aaron Cook, and Chris Tillman, who pitched tonight, against Clay Buchholz. Scheduled starters.
Yeah, Chen struggled on Thursday, but it's been terrific. Buchholz, again, their best starter. 6-1 since he pitched a complete game against the Orioles, I think back on June 4th or 5th. And again, to get an idea of the way they're hitting, how good Miguel Gonzalez was last night. A little bit overshadowed, as we mentioned, because of the Manny Machado show. A couple of home runs.
2 ball, 2 strike count to Gordon. Vukovic will miss. Well, I thought Francoeur made the statement that was reiterated by Buck Showalter in his own today. Francoeur talked about how impressed he was with the fastball that was used. Buck Showalter said, I think overshadowed in the number of pitches thrown is just what Francoeur talked about. He said Gonzalez had a really good fastball that he was able to move around.
He said 91, 92 looked like 94 or 95. So what does that mean? It means that the ball coming out of your hand, it comes out of your hand, and that's how a lot of times you read it. And so the radar gun doesn't tell you the whole story. Reaction of the hitter. Do you see it? Do you hide it? Do you have deception? Can you pitch to both sides of the plate? Can you throw something else in a fastball count? He did all those things last night, which is why he throttled down a team that's really hitting the ball well, and that's the Royals.
3-2 delivered. Alex Gordon had to wait on that one. Drives it to left field. That is deep at the wall. Gordon, goodbye. Home run. A 2-homer ball game for Alex Gordon, and his third in the 3 games in this series. That is number 9 on the year, and a 7-0 lead for Kansas City.
So now you know why the Royals like to come to Camden Yards. All you got to do is hit the ball about 368 feet to the power alley. And that's just a change up. It stays up. So again, watch this. This is going to be a great side angle. The ball is elevated. So all you have to do is stay under it. You don't have to go down and get it. You don't have to supply any leverage. And again, you got to just make it a good swing, and Alex made a great swing.
So this team that doesn't use the long ball gets their 4th home run of the game, and they have a 7-0 lead. Alcides Escobar, the shortstop, a single. He is 1 for 3. And a towering rainmaker to left. McLouth coming in under it, and he's got it. Escobar is retired. Orioles invite you to a very special American Red Cross blood drive. It'll be held on Saturday, August 18, 8 to 4 at Oriole Park. All donors get the limited edition Oriole Park 20th anniversary baseball, 2 tickets to an upcoming game, and a chance to meet former Oriole Chris Hoyles. Appointments are required. 1-800-RED-CROSS. Note the date. Mike Moustakas, base is empty. Shift on in the infield against the left-handed hitter. And the pitch will miss for a ball. The 1-0 delivered, and that fouled the other way for a strike, and it'll be 1-1.
Yeah, normal ballpark, that's pretty much a can of corn. Yankee Stadium, it's an out. Fenway, it's a double. Here, it's a home run. Tampa, maybe just short of the Warding track. That's become a pitcher's park. Of course, also a lot of guys that can pitch. That helps.
That ball's popped up that way. Again, McLouth coming in, and he's got it. 2 down. Corey Gordon, his first 2-homer ball game of the season.
Well, everybody's running. You asked me, did it bother him having the rain delay? Well, everybody ran off the field. That kind of tells you the focus not exactly there.
Nope.
And if you catch it, I think Nate McLouth knew there was only 2 outs, but everybody else is kind of running off the field.
He felt he ought to go
maybe
too.
I don't have the count right, or the number of outs right.
Here is Butler. Butler with his 24th home run, 3rd inning, 1 for 3 in the ball game, 4 for 12 in the series, and he's got 6 home runs in this series. Yeah, the pitch is there for a strike. You said the Orioles facing a ball club that not noted for the homers. They are ranked last in the league in home runs, 94 coming in, 98 now. And the pitch is taken down low. 1 ball, 1 strike count with 2 away. And home run power, he's certainly seen it out of Butler.
Well, he's hitting, and there he is, Kevin Seitzer, who was a terrific hitter in his own right, had over 200 hits for the Royals when he played for him. About extension through the ball, back up the middle, drive it like that.
Right at Nick Markakis. And that will retire the side. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on. 7th inning stretch time, brought to you by Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. Fly straight. Drink responsibly. Jim Palmer. The ball game very much like the first night, where we've had a domination by Kansas City. The Orioles dominated last night. It's kind of been an all or nothing first 3 games.
Well, it really has, and I think another thing, and we've seen this in so many years when the Orioles have not been over 500, which is the case this year where they played much better, is that those early deficits, and it changes everything. It relaxes the opposition pitcher. You know, Mendoza's really pitching very well tonight. When they did get him in trouble, you mentioned they haven't had the hits since the 2nd inning, until Adam Jones just got a hit last inning. All of a sudden, everything changes. You know, you're out there and balls on your fingertips. There's no pressure. So that's game 1 and game 3. And, you know, obviously, if they don't win tonight, you got Tommy Hunter going out there against the veteran Bruce Chen, who's got the great changeup.
So the Orioles will look to come back in this one first, of course, or at least build a little bit of offense. But it's been very tough to do against Mendoza, who simply has been able to get the big outs early in the game. Betamit picked up a single off him leading off the 2nd inning. For the Orioles, that's the only leadoff batter they've had on base. Mendoza came in retiring 70% of leadoff batters this season. Here's the 1-0 delivery, and Betamit will swing through that one. And a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Mendoza's been pretty efficient as well in recording the outs. He hasn't even reached 80 pitches in the ballgame yet.
Well, yeah, and he pitched very well in his last start in Chicago. That was the first game of a 3-game series. The Royals will win the last 2, and he really into the 8th inning, pitch to pitch with Chris Sale, the former #1 draft choice, that's starting this year and having a marvelous year for the White Sox. And then a couple of runs in the 8th inning, and he got the loss. But tonight, he's got a 7-0 lead. Makes a big difference.
Betamit will take the pitch outside, get ahead of the count. Goes to 3-1. Mendoza's walked 1, struck out 4, and hit a batter. Tillman walked 2, struck out 5. Sokolovic has given up the home run, couple of hits, no walks, no strikeouts. Betamit waiting, 3-1 delivery to him. Silo shot, Perez coming over. Little help from his dugout, and almost in Moustakas, the 3rd baseman, as Perez didn't even get close to that. And he was the one who was kind of following it in, and Moustakas, the last second, realized Perez wasn't going to get it and tried to lean over and haul it in.
Yeah, that's how Brett Lowry of the Blue Jays went in there, and right there he hit his ribs on the actual bar. This one padded here at Camden Yards, and then they catch him.
You want that to happen at your own dugout.
Well, that's why he's the catcher. Perez, a multitasker. Oh,
inside to him.
Almost came back and got that inside corner.
So Betemit is on with a leadoff walk here in the 7th inning. Follow the Orioles with the MLB.com at bat app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry, Windows Mobile. Live audio, pitching track, video highlights, more. Text to bat 31826. Chris Davis coming up. Davis has had an 0 for 2. He has struck out and hit into a fielder's choice. Chris has had good numbers against the Royals this season with a couple of home runs, 4 RBIs, hitting about 360 against them, but not so far in this series. And that pitch taken inside.
Well, with the rain delay and sitting with the human mathematician, and that's Tom Davis in the press room. 120 strikeouts going into the game. The balls he's put in play, he's hitting 375.
1-0 delivery, and that ball's going to go to second and right under the glove of Getz. Played by Francoeur.
Yeah, hit it sharply. We'll see how they score it. Either way, you get a couple of base runners. The mission right here, and hopefully it's not mission impossible, is to get Mendoza out of the game. So certainly Chris Davis, when he's on, he'd love to get that score to hit.
Never got to it?
No. Well, it was hit very firmly, so that's a good thing for the Orioles and Chris Davis.
That'll be his first hit of the series as he goes 1 for 11. Now 2 on for the Orioles. Nobody out. Manny Machado coming up. He has hit into a double play, and he is grounded out.
Well, let's see if he can drop a bunt down, because Moustakas at third is giving it him. You don't need home runs here, just need base runners.
And almost got one being hit. Big night for him last night, delivering not only his career first major league home run, but followed it up in his next at bat with another 2-home run ball game for him. The youngest Oriole in history to have a multi-homer game. He never had a multi-homer game in the minors. And with 4 RBIs, he only had 1 4 RBI ball game at the minor league level. And he got one last night. And there's the inevitable question answered on the other side. 2-0 count. So you may get one here.
Yeah, well, they've been running the ball in on him. It's harder to do that when you fall behind.
Machado rips it. That's a base hit. It got by Moustakas. Betemit will make the turn. He's going to score. Davis on his way to third will be held. It's a double. And RBI. Orioles are on the board.
Well, Earl Weaver wanted to stay around to watch Manny Machado hit. And they got ahead of him, and they got in, not on his fist, because he had good swing. But 2-0, you got to throw a strike, especially with a 7-0 lead, and he's waiting. I mean, talk about that bat speed. I mean, he's right on that fastball. Not too many balls hit hard. Yeah, it is the 7th inning. But again, I mean, a great approach by a young hitter.
Well, Machado continues as the base hit will bring RBI number 5. He will pick up the double, which is his major league first, so he's covered them all. A couple of home runs, triple, and a double now.
And infield hit that first night.
Yeah.
Little scribbler that he beat out. Well, there's Kelvin Herrera, who throws triple digits on occasion. Really hard throwing right-handed. They have a very good bullpen. 4th best bullpen ERA-wise in baseball. Orioles, what, 3rd, I guess?
Yes. Here's Omar Quintanilla. Base hit here can bring 2 more in. He's 0 for 2 with 2 ground ball outs. And what's kind of happening here perhaps to Mendoza, you're seeing a single ball pitcher tiring a bit, so the pitches start to come up. And you get to drive them.
Yeah, that, and of course we saw him fall behind. And you know, Chris Tillman really didn't throw the ball that poorly, but the balls in the middle of the plate are more hittable. It's just the nature of this game. And he hasn't been in the middle of the plate all night long.
Quintanilla will take it. Stop made by Perez. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Quintanilla has really done a number for the Orioles. Coming into the ball game, hitting .333, couple of home runs, 8 RBIs, 3 doubles. He has drawn 3 walks, struck out 14 times. More power perhaps than anyone thought. He's equaled his total home runs of his major league career, which was 3 coming into the year. He has equaled that this season. 2 of those with the Orioles. And a swing and a miss going for another one right there.
Great.
1-2.
Yeah, nice little changeup and a fastball count. And once again, another acquisition by Dan Duquette and his legion of scouts. And there are many.
Dan promised this game was going to get played. Once again, he was right. 7-1 ball game. 2 in scoring position. Quintanilla, the 1-2 delivery to him outside. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Top of the order. Marquegas waiting on deck. Oh, Ned Yost, the skipper over there, you get a little concerned here because in this ballpark, as we've seen, put a long ball out and all of a sudden the ball game looks a whole lot different.
Oh, you're right. Or even a single. You just want to keep it going. I mean, it doesn't have to be a double, just a base hit. You want to get Mendoza out of there. I mean, Herrera's got a terrific arm, but maybe he'll be wild. You just don't ever know in this game. We talked about it. You get 27 outs. The Orioles have 9 left.
2 ball, 2 strike count. Still nobody out in the inning. The delivery to Quintanilla and jammed it. We were looking with the home run surrendered in this ball game. Gordon's got 2. Perez has got a home run, and Butler's got 1. 4 tonight. Oriole pitchers have now surrendered 79 home runs here in this ballpark. That is the 2nd highest number of home runs surrendered by pitchers in their home ballpark. Boston has given up more homers at Fenway than any other team at home. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Quintanilla's got a base hit. That's going to be in the gap. Davis will score. Machado will score. Orioles back in the ball game. And 2 more RBIs for that number 9 hitting second baseman.
Wow, another nice job last night. The 2-run shot on a fastball worked the count in his favor. Tonight he's behind in the count, so he just has to make contact, and he gets a curveball. Watch him hit this hook. Inside middle, not a great pitch, very hittable. And then once again, how do you quantify how a guy's hitting? Does he, when he gets a good pitch to hit, do something with it? And Omar does. He sends Mendoza to the bench.
So the starter knocked out of the ball game, and the Orioles knocked back into it by Quintanilla's bat as he gets a couple of RBIs. Now has a 4-game hit streak. Still nobody out in the 7th inning. It's now a 7-3 Kansas City lead. Chance to be the winning pitcher. There's the line. Is responsible for Quintanilla, the runner at first base.
And Kelvin Herrera will come on. There is Luis Mendoza, so a chance to win for the 6th time this year. They get him the runs tonight. And Herrera, who's really been on a roll, Again, throws really hard, close to 100 miles per hour. Great changeup to back it up. Last pitched on Tuesday, came in with a 1-run lead with a man on, struck out Beckham, fanned the side of the 8th inning. So again, since the May 20th, he's only given up 7 earned runs in his last 33 appearances. And as far as rookies go, because he's only 22, 52 appearances, 13 holds. That's number 1 for all Major League, or at least American League, rookies.
Nick Markakis, nobody out. Runner at first base. Markakis 1 for 3. Off Herrera.
So they hold him on with a 4-run lead. And you hope that maybe you get a ball into
the other way and foul.
But this is going to be pretty firm. Well, I was talking to Gordon Lakey, who scouts for the Phillies, way back in like May, and he said, "Wait till you see this kid. What an arm." I said, "Well, how does he compare to Fernando Rodney?" And he said, "Well, he certainly is not as experienced. Rodney's the closer now, but they throw pretty close to the same. Maybe doesn't control his changeup as well as Rodney, but they're both fastball changeups, and they've hit triple digits this year."
So the strikeouts pile up for him, as you might expect. That one's going to miss. Over the last 10 outings, 12 2/3 innings, he has struck out 17 Ks in the last 12 2/3.
And he's 5'10", so he's not too tall, right around 200 pounds. But he's got an arm.
Markakis with a runner at first, 1-1 delivery. That'll be taken and missed.
Well, you need base runners. You will take a walk, and
not happy with the call. Herrera that time, as he looked in a second time. Chris Guccione, the home plate umpire, he thought he had that in the strike zone.
I don't think there's been a questionable pitch called by Guccione tonight. Nobody's argued.
Nope. Here's the 2-1 delivery. Markakis will take that, and it's 3-1.
And it's an easy 99.
So the Orioles getting back into it here in the 7th inning. 3 runs in to make it a 7-3 ball game. Overall on the season against Herrera, 12 walks, but 56 strikeouts. That one will go to the speedster in center. Kane is there. And Markakis is retired. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Orioles may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles.
You know, Gary, he hit that ball exactly, and this is what positioning is. So he hit it exactly at the power alley, the 364 sign, and the center fielder made it look easy because of the spray charge. You got a guy that throws close to 100. Play him the other way, ball slicing away from you, routine play.
And he's got Olympic speed.
Yeah, well, that's too.
Boy, can he fly.
Well, they're both of their guys.
Yep.
Dyson is as you were talking about with a sprained ankle last night, and Kane a right-handed hitter, Dyson a lefty.
They both go get him in center. Here's Hardy 0 for 3, couple of strikeouts. JJ will take it. It's down low. He too is 1 for 3 against Kevin Herrera. 2-0 count as the Orioles mounting some offense here, getting Mendoza out of the ball game. 6+ innings. Quintanilla knocking him out with a 2 RBI single. He's at first. 2-0 delivery. Hardy takes it. That's a strike. Caught the outside corner. The Orioles have faced Herrera this season. In 3 previous games, he gave up a run on 4 hits in 4 1/3 innings. Didn't walk anybody and struck out 4 in those ball games against the Orioles. Here's the 2-1. That's there, 2-2.
That makes it look like a little golf ball. Well, he's got a nice. I can imagine that he throws a lot of strikes because he's got a nice windup. I mean, it's very simple. Hands break over the knees. Now Fernando Rodney. It's a whole other story. I mean, very effective, but not a conventional windup.
2-2 Hardy takes, and it bounces. So Hardy takes it to 3-2. Now, with 2 strikeouts recorded by Hardy in the game and a strikeout pitcher, do you leave Quintanilla to stay at first with 1 away? Or do you send him?
Oh, no. No.
Leave him right there.
Yes. Even though he has good speed. You're not worried. You're not worried about staying out of the double play. Obviously, you don't want to hit in one. You just don't want to strike him out, throw him out. Yep.
Well, he comes back after falling behind in the count, gets the strikeout of Hardy.
It takes a little off at 96 just to throw a strike, but look at that delivery. And then we've seen it right around the knees. JJ's hoping he does not hear the strike call, but he does. Knee high. Pretty good pitch.
So Herrera gets the out, and there are 2 down. 2 down, McLouth. A single, 1 for 3 in the ball game. Going after that one, a swing and a miss.
Well, there's the changeup at 86. So you got about a 13-mile-per-hour difference. But when a guy throws at 99, you got to get the bat going. And then if you have good arm speed with your changeup, there's another.
That ball's going to be a base hit into right field. It's going to go to the wall. Francoeur going back to get it. Quintanilla will be held at third. As the relay throw comes in to Getz, it's a double for McLouth, 2 for 4, 2 in scoring position with 2 down in the 7th.
Well, there's the changeup, and boy, does it speed up the bat right down the middle. Nate right on it. Watch Francoeur get this to keep the run from scoring. There goes Omar all the way easily into third, but he's thinking about scoring if the ball kicks off the cushion.
So Adam Jones coming, the 3rd double of the year for Nate McLouth, who's hitting the ball for the Orioles right now. And here's a big moment. Big matchup. Adam Jones, couple of singles, been hit by a pitch. He is 0 for 2 in the only times he has faced Herrera. The Orioles now have matched the Royals in hits with 8, but still trail 7-3. This is the 8th Oriole batter in the inning. Jones will take it for a strike. In the bullpen for the Orioles, Matt Lidstrom.
Yeah, Matt has been really pitching well, finally getting healthy. Knee and finger problems.
Little mano-a-mano here. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Jones, a chopper to the middle. Escobar over. Running through, and he got him by just that much, and a big out. The Orioles will pick up the 3 runs in the ball game. They will leave 2 in scoring position, and after 7 on that out, it's 7-3. Number is brought to you by Kia Motors. To learn more, visit kia.com. Among the bullpen members who have scoreless streaks is Matt Lidstrom at 7 innings. Pedro Strop leads 14. Patton and O'Day on the mound right now for the Orioles is Lidstrom.
Yeah, came in and pitched on Thursday night. Actually, he was one of the 2 Oriole pitchers along with Darren O'Day that stopped the Billy Butler onslaught to trying to hit for the cycle. Struck him out on a good low slider. Just kind of talking to him today because of the long delay, and he said he had the tendon problem, put him on the DL, middle finger of his throwing hand. He said that's well. Got hit by a comebacker in the shin. That's well. So he's probably thrown as well as he has all year long. And
feeling good.
Yeah, a lot better. And bullpen's just been terrific.
Here's Lorenzo Cain as we go to the 8th inning. 7-8-0 for the Royals, 3-8-0 for the Orioles. Orioles have left 7. Royals have left 3. As the final line of Mendoza will be 3 runs, 8 hits, 6+ innings. Sokolovic worked an inning, gave up a couple of hits, the home run by Gordon, the run off him. Cain waiting, and the pitch is outside. 2-ball, 1-strike count. Ball game coming up this afternoon to close out the series. And we hope you'll join us for the 1:30 start as Tommy Hunter and Bruce Chen will go at one another. Strike taken. It'll be 1 o'clock for O's Extra, 1:30 for the ball game. .272 on the year for Cain. 1 for 3 and a run scored in this one, and again leaning out over the plate. 3-2.
Yeah, he does make that ball because that ball just missed the inside corner. Of course, it did have a little late movement in 96. That'll get your attention.
That one will too, but he walked him. So Lindstrom surrenders the walk here to start the 8th inning. With 5 strikeouts so far tonight, Jimmy, you have won a total of $1,000 from the Maryland Lottery. For your chance to be the Maryland Lottery contestant of the game, play Strike It Rich scratch-offs and enter your non-winning ticket codes at mdlottery.com/Strike It Rich. And perhaps more to come. Here's Salvador Perez. Perez hit by a pitch, 6th inning, scored, and then a home run solo shot, 8th of the year, and the 2 RBI shot rather on his 8th of the year that came in the 2nd inning. 1-0 count. A lot of signs being flashed over to first base.
Well, yeah, I mean, Cain in the minor leagues, 16, 20 steals, so he does run, a little hit and run there.
Fouled off.
Or run and hit.
His third base coach sending him over. Obviously, after that last inning in particular, Royals want to add here. The Orioles were that close, 1 hit away from getting 2 more runs on the board.
Well, you're a grand slam away from tying, and that's really what you always would like to be, obviously closer. I don't want to do it, Jeremy Guthrie, who after he beat the White Sox 2-1 said, well, it's a lot better, giving up less runs than 6. There you go. Well,
okay.
Well, so I saw. Yeah, I got to go with that. But the reason you say if you're within 4, you can load them up and tie with 1 swing.
1-ball, 1-strike count on Perez.
And Jeremy was not a math major at Stanford.
No. Runner goes again. Got him halfway. Throw down to first, and it goes into the outfield. So they had him trapped, and Cain tried to go back to first, and Wieters will be charged with an error, allowing Cain to move down to second.
Yeah, he's going, and then right there he sees he didn't get a good jump. Snap throw, and Wilson Bettamy can't get it right here. There's the go. Oh, no. Get back there, and then the throw just a little bit off the line. Left-handed first baseman, which Nick Johnson's done for the year with a wrist problem. Otherwise, it's a tough play for right-handed first baseman. He has to reach across his body.
Perez gets another RBI chance. He bloops that one down the line. That's going to be a problem, and it will be a foul ball. Nobody going to catch that, but it's in foul territory. Cain will go back to second base, and Perez will come back to the plate. A little lazy dying quail down the line in right field that time. Almost good enough to pick up an RBI.
Well, the one thing about him, we've seen it with Perez. He's a big guy. We talked about how he looks like Sandy Alomar Jr., a huge catcher. But for a young hitter, I don't strike out much. No. I mean, the ability to make contact.
1-2 delivery, and that's foul back.
I mean, you look at some of his minor league years. Wilmington and A ball hit 290. He's up 365 times for a 19-year-old kid and struck out 38 times. That is back control. You don't find too many guys. Next year 286 times, only 30 strikeouts. And a contact hitter with power.
1 ball, 2 strike count. And the pitch will be inside to him. So Lindstrom, 2 ball, 2 strike count, and the second batter faced here as Lindstrom tries to prevent another run from coming across with Kane with that real good speed on at second base. Outfield shaded a bit towards right. Here's the 2-2 delivery. That ball driven right towards Adam Jones. Misjudged it. It's going to go over his head. Here comes Kane around third base. He's being held by Rodriguez at the last minute. He went too far, and he is out. He could not get back to the bag. They couldn't get him at second, but they get him at third.
Well, they get the double. Again, the double relay, and wet outfield, doesn't get a good read. Ball right at you, tough play, and then right here, over the head, and there's Quintanilla with a terrific throw, and Manny Machado, and there's talked about the wet field, gets back. And a terrific relay play. How many times do we see that? And Manny said, "No, you're not getting back here."
Kind of ran out of gas there, didn't he? He couldn't slide. So Adam Jones gets recovery on that one. It goes 8-4-5 on the put out at third base. A double for Perez, and here's Francoeur with 1 away. Francoeur will take the pitch for a strike. These two have seen each other before. Francoeur is 4 for 18 lifetime off Matt Lindstrom.
A couple of National League guys with prior teams. Matt coming over with Jason Hamill from Colorado for Jeremy Guthrie. And then Guthrie traded to the Kansas City Royals as they look for better starting pitching.
Francoeur gets the RBI opportunity. Francoeur 207 with runners in scoring position. One of the few negative numbers he's got going. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery to him, and he'll foul that one away. And the count of 1 and 2 strikes on Jeff Francoeur. Well, with a late start, everything's a final. Texas beat Detroit 2-1, so get back a little bit there. Seattle got a victory over the Angels, who are battling in the West in a 3-team race. The Yankees won over Toronto, Boston over Cleveland, and Tampa Bay beat Minnesota 4-2, and Oakland won again 9-7 over the White Sox. Pitch is way up high, almost got away. Wieters had to reach up and haul that one back in, and the count goes to 2-2. Francoeur trying to get that run in from second base. Perez not speedy out there. 2-2 delivery, and another one fouled away.
Yeah, how about the Angels last night? Mike Trout, who just turned 21, 5 RBIs. He actually hit a sacrifice fly. You kind of remember these things and 2 runners scored.
Yeah.
Eric Ibar tagged up from second base.
Kept right on.
Eric Thames caught the ball down in the right field line, and he scored all the way from second.
Angels desperate times as they battle their 3-way race in the West with Texas, Oakland, and the Angels, and the Angels are third in that. Better shot right now at one of the wild card spots. But
yeah, they got to get their bullpen, if possible, settled down. Scott Downs hurt.
Orioles with a loss will be 6.5 behind the Yankees in the division race, with the Yankees having won 4 in a row. Here's the 2-2 delivery on the way, and thought about it. Lindstrom doesn't get the call inside. 3-2.
Yeah, just cannot get on top of that slider tonight. I mean, obviously only a couple of batters, and that's why it's backing up and just missing inside. Now the other night, on Thursday night, everything out in front. Nice little sharp break to it.
1 down. 3-2 delivery. Francoeur fouls it off. Francoeur getting credit for that steal of home in the 6th inning when they had the delayed steal. Runners at first and third, and Hosmer, the runner at first, took off late. The throw down to second ended up skidding away behind the bag, and Francoeur came in to score from third.
I guess my question is, how do you assume that he wasn't running?
No. I agree. I thought it was an error. Here's the 3-2 delivery, swung on and missed. Battle won by Lindstrom.
Well, again, when you throw in the mid-90s, we talked about Herrera throws 99, 100. That's what Lindstrom did, and right there, big out.
So with the Orioles in this one late, matchups, Lindstrom's going to come out of there working 2/3 of an inning, giving up 1 hit and getting a strikeout, and Troy Patton will come on to face Hosmer. Player of the game, there you see Alex Gordon, his first 2 homer ball game of the year, including one leading off the game. Adam Jones for the Orioles, he's had a 3-hit ball game and been on a 2-hit ball game on base 3 times. And Omar Quintanilla, 2 RBI base hit. Text in your vote, A, B, or C, 31826. Quintanilla also on that relay throw to get an out. Here's Troy Patton.
Yeah, he comes in, and boy, he's been the only, at least most of the year, the only left-hander in the bullpen, true left-hander. Lefty's hitting 214, righty's 241. Really doesn't matter. He gets you out. Again, the home runs usually on change-ups. More prolific by the right-handed batter.
And it's taken first strike. So here's the matchup. Hosmer hitting 210 against lefties, 239 against righties. Hosmer in this ball game has delivered an RBI single, a walk, and a ground ball out, and has stolen a base. Runner at second, 2 away. Big breaking ball, foul tipped, 0-2.
Yep, he airs it out. And the more I see of Troy Patton, you can certainly, he came over in the Miguel Tejada trade, and torn labrum, had it fixed, but you could see why he was a pretty good starter coming through the minor leagues, because he's got 3 pitches and he's learned a 2-seam fastball. That one right there.
That'll go to first base. Betameet's got it. Pitcher covering. Patton gets there and gets the out he was asked to get. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and a base runner left on at second. Bottom of the 8th coming with the Royals leading. First Blue Cross Blue Shield contributes $50 to support the American Heart Association Heart Walk. To date, the Orioles have 325 walks, $16,250. Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield encourages each of us to take that first step towards a healthier and more active lifestyle. Only ball game remaining in Major League Baseball, not to be completed. And the rally hats are on as the Orioles are back into the ball game, 7-3, and still have a couple of innings to work with here. Kids don't look tired at all.
No, they're ready. You have to do it against Calvin Herrera, who comes in throwing 99.
Herrera came on in the last inning and picked up a strikeout. Now he's going to face Wieters, the only Oriole not to hit in the last inning. Wieters, Benamid, and Davis are due up. He is flied out, walked, and hit into a fielder's choice. 0-1 count. Herrera, who had a couple seasons missed because of a stress fracture in that throwing elbow. It is amazing he has come back off that and still can throw 100 miles an hour. The beauty of modern medicine.
Yep. No, they diagnose it, they treat it.
Yep. Well, Ben Sheets, we were talking about him the other night. I mean, I find that story incredible. He just tore his arm up. I mean, every tendon in the elbow, it just went and ripped. And when the doctor saw that, they said, "That's it, you're done." Chopped up the middle, and he's back pitching for Atlanta. And he's going to pitch, in fact, in the Sunday night game. Play made by Escobar. Wieters is retired, and there's one away.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with, of course, your makeup. And I just remember Ben Sheets when he was pitching for Milwaukee, and he was a full effort guy. He wanted to pitch 9 innings every time. High strikeout guy, great curveball. Obviously, that puts a lot of stress. So again, if anybody's going to come back, because he didn't want anybody to take the ball in the bullpen.
I'll finish.
A little old school, yeah.
2 years out. It was 2010 when it happened, and
well, I hurt my arm, and I have such respect because you go through a period of time when you think your career is over, you're wondering what you're going to do, and then you're looking for help. And for me, I didn't have sports medicine. Back in the 60s was kind of in its infancy. So you look good running in the outfield. That's pretty much what I did for 2 years. Where's Palmer? He's running in the outfield.
He's running in the outfield. He's ready. His legs are good.
That's right.
98-mile-an-hour heater starts Benamid out. He has walked, scored, singled, hit into a fielder's choice. Benamid will take the pitch up high and away. Benamid trying to get on. Orioles looking for those base runners here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Right now, the starters, pitchers of record, Chris Tillman, 5 2/3 innings for the Orioles. He gave up 6 runs, 6 hits. And Mendoza, 3 runs, 8 hits over 6+. The right-hander for Kansas City. Fastball burned into the mitt, and a 2-ball, 1-strike count. Collins up in the pen for KC. Tomorrow may be the decisive game in the season series if the score holds up, with the Orioles leading right now 4-3 in the series. KC win would even that up, and they finish it up tomorrow.
There's a lot of walking around out there.
Oof. Joe Walters Ball Club trying to get to that 10 over 500 mark again. Ground ball to second, this time gets over, backhands it. 2 down.
Yeah, pretty. You look at the number of errors and you go, how? How did that happen? Getz, he's in the lineup. There's Gio Vitelli, good hitter down at AAA, but not defensively sound. You want to help your pitching. You want to have good defense, and that's what Chris gets. You got Escobar up the middle, about as good as any shortstop range-wise. Moustakas, Hosmer. Really fleet outfield. Gordon with 20 assists last year. Frank Core with 16. 51 out of their outfield. Of course, Melky Cabrera no longer there.
Chris Davis will foul that one away. Davis picked up a single, scored in the 7th inning. Machado had the RBI double. Quintanilla had the 2 RBI single, accounting for the 3 runs. Escobar, he's got 13 errors at shortstop. He's the leader in the ball club right now in that department. Yuneski Betancourt, who was playing at second base, is now no longer with the ball club. Getz took over for him as he was not playing well. That was his position, and lost it. That little moth there is trying to find a place to sleep. Will you please stop moving around? Here's the 0-2 delivery, and there's Getz. And 3 ground ball outs, and that will retire the side. We completed 8 here at Camden Yards, and a 7-3 lead for the Royals. By Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by Dodge. See your authorized Dodge dealer and experience a world of performance, design, and fuel efficiency. Schedule a test drive or go to dodge.com and check out their powerful lineup. Those are the statues that all the folks here at the ballpark get to take home. The replica of the Eddie Murray statue. 40,456. 40,456. The announced attendance tonight. Some did not stay through the 3-hour 9-minute rain delay we had before the ball game started, but a lot here to honor Eddie, and a lot hung on to the on-field ceremonies before the game. Breaking ball is in there for a strike. Patton will stay on. Chris Getz at the plate, hitting .283. He is singled, flied out, grounded out. 4 home runs used by the Royals in the ball game, and Gordon's got 2 of them. Butler's got his 24th. Perez has got his 8th. The Orioles getting all their runs in that 7th inning. Machado's doubled for 1. Quintana is single for 2 more. And the 0-2 delivery by Patton. That'll be punched into the seats.
So let's see. When they hit a home run, they're 33 and 29. I think you got to note that they're 17 and 10 when they hit more than one. And when they don't hit a home run, 14 and 35.
And that ball is looped foul, and they are 37 and 16 when they score first.
And they scored first.
They did.
And they scored first on Thursday, and they won.
They did.
They didn't score first last night, and they lost. So there you go.
We don't even have to play these games beyond who scores first. And a 1-ball 2-strike count on Getz. Think the ice cream store will be open? 1-2 ground ball to short. Hardy's got it. Boy, you got to hustle it over there. Getz is retired. Updating you on the voting for the AT&T Player of the Game. There you see the results so far. You can text in your vote, A, B, or C, to 31826. Results coming up on the O's Extra post-game show. 1 down. Alex Gordon going for 3.
Yeah,
He's had 2 home runs, 2 strikeouts, 9 home runs on the season for Gordon. 3 of them have come against the Orioles. They've been in this series, and 2 of them have been leadoff homers in the ballgame.
Yeah, his again, this is into this year. Had 1 home run game, and that was back in 07 against the Twins, where he hit 2.
And now has 2 because that was the first one this year.
Yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 down. Gordon hitting .293 on the year, and that pitch is going to be there for a strike. Patton forcing him off the plate a little bit, and then caught the outside corner with it. Gordon hitting .250 off lefties, .314 off righties. I'm not going to look at that clock. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and that'll be up high. Gordon 2-2. Troy Patton 2-2 delivery, and that'll be outside of first base.
Yeah, coming off a year where, after early in his career, he's been in the big leagues most of the time since 2007. Again, former #1 draft choice. Boy, do they have a bevy of #1 draft choices on their team that they've been able to get to the big leagues.
3 ball, 2 strike count on Gordon. Escobar waiting on deck as Patton's working against the top of the order here for the Royals. Here's the 3-2 delivery, and again fouled off. Gordon going upstairs after it. Tomorrow afternoon, day off Monday, Red Sox in for a 3-game set. As the number of games becomes very countable and very important. These teams bidding for the postseason. Ball put up in the air, right field. Markakis Jones going into the alley. Adam Jones is going to haul in.
Yeah, well, he was trying to hit that elusive 3rd home run. Got a high breaking ball and probably hit it as far as both of his home runs. Not as far as the one on Thursday, but again, he hit it to the deeper part of the ballpark. And just another out.
At least he could smile about it with his club on top, 7-3. Alcides Escobar single his first time up. 1 for 4. He's had 3 hits and 12 at bats in the series. Escobar with that very fine .298 batting average on the season. He gets a shot against the left-hander here, hitting .285 off lefties, .305 off righties, and went up on a pitch and fouls it back.
Yeah, the more at least the more I see Troy Patton, the more I see somebody that could start in the big leagues, because he gets righties out, he gets lefties out, he has 3 pitches, he can throw strikes.
He wants to.
Yeah, well, he's done a great job in the role that Buck Showalter has given him. But again, he can pitch from 89 to 91. He can change speeds. He can pitch in. He can get lefties out. And it's come a long way in 2 years.
And has been, of course, a starting pitcher.
Oh, well, early on, yeah, that's how
A 1-hopper with spin on it. Quintanilla makes the play. Patton retires the side 1-2-3. Bottom of the 9th inning coming. Camden Yards. The Orioles. Machado, Quintanilla, Markakis 2 up.
City tonight, taking a page from the Orioles game plan. 4 home runs, driving in 5 runs, and a 7-3 lead in the 9th inning.
And Alex Gordon hit 2 of those. He's the leadoff hitter, I think. But again tonight, it was Manny Machado who got the Orioles on the board again with another big hit. So he is really swinging the bat well.
So the Birds trail by 4. Bottom of the 9th coming up. Let's see how it turns out. Back upstairs to Gary and Jim.
And Jim and Rick will be standing by to not only take a look back at the ball game, but the day for Eddie Murray here at Camden Yards. Now the Orioles, with 3 outs to work with, will face the left-hander.
Yeah, and he's been really good, especially on the road. 1.19 ERA, and he's been in 30, a little bit over 30 innings. And again, only 4 earned runs at home, a little bit different. ERA of over 5 runs a game, but of all the American relievers, and there's a bevy of them, he's got the most strikeouts. We saw it the other night, mid-90s, big swooping curveball.
He too, just 22 years old. He'll be turning 23 next week out of Worcester, Mass. Acquired in a trade from the Atlanta Braves. So Collins on the mound and Manny Machado at the plate. The 20-year-old to hit against him. Machado getting the RBI double in the 7th inning.
A couple of ground balls, and then worked the count in his favor, 2-0, and ripped a Mendoza fastball right down into the left field corner for a little double. Tremendous bat speed.
The Orioles needing base runners, down 7-3. Machado will take the pitch, and it is there for a strike. Machado, 303 against left-handers with 3 home runs in the minors this year, 253 off right-handers. The 0-1 pitch and the big cut, 0-2.
Yeah, straight changeup. Well, he'll see them all, and one of Tim Collins' best pitches is that big overhand curveball. 12-6.
0-2 delivery. Ooh, close. 1-2.
Yeah, Jim Thome and J.J. Hardy on the right looking on.
Here's the 1-2 by Collins, and that'll be outside. 2-ball, 2-strike count. The Orioles in the ball game have only drawn a couple of walks. They came off Mendoza, who was the starter. Herrera worked 2 innings, a strikeout and a hit, and he got him. Take a look at the wild card update. All the other games are completed in Major League Baseball. So these include the games today. The Orioles, the A's, and the Rays right now are all tied, with the Detroit Tigers being just a half game back. The Angels a game and a half, and starting to fall further behind now. The Red Sox and especially the Jays struggling with half their lineup gone and their pitching staff gone. Well, that's why these games are so important. You don't want to have to jump over a lot of teams when you get down to the final couple of weeks to make either a division championship yours or a wild card spot yours. Quintanilla, 2 RBI base hit, 1 for 3 in the ball game. Then the breaking ball will miss.
As the season winds down, of course, let's see, you got Tampa Bay the last 3 games of the year. You also have games with another 3 here in Baltimore. You play Oakland 3 times. So if you're going to trail and you do want to leapfrog, it's nice to play those teams.
Yes. One more West Coast trip for the Orioles with that Oakland Seattle trip fouled away. Quintanilla.
Of course, Felix Hernandez pitched last night, and that's who Trout did the damage. 3-run home run early, and then they were able to get to him. So if you ever go to Seattle, you want Felix to pitch the day before.
No matter where you go, you want him to pitch the day before. Yeah. And the breaking ball, that didn't do much. 2-2. Mendoza stands to be the winner. The starter will be 6-8. The Orioles' Chris Tillman would suffer the loss. He will be 5-2 on the year. No save here in the ball game, not yet anyway. 2-ball, 2-strike delivery on the way, and the fastball will miss outside. Just reared back and fired that one.
No, he's got 3 plus pitches, fastball, curveball, and you've already seen the changeup. That's what Manny Machado swung through.
Three ball, 2-strike delivery. Anthony fouls it back, 3-2. But Joe Oda was talking about Quincanilla and just what a serious ball player he is. Says I go out there sometimes to make pitching changes. He comes in for second base, and I try and make him laugh a little bit. So far, I've had no success. Said if I don't know if he doesn't know how to take me, or I don't know how to get to him. Here's the 3-2 delivery on the way, and there's a looper to left field, right where Gordon was playing. 2 down. So down to the final out, and the Royals about to pick up the second win in the 3 games played, setting up a match tomorrow where the Orioles will need a victory to even up the 4-game set, and tomorrow's game will decide the winner of the season series, as it will be 4-4 after a Kansas City victory here tonight. Nick Markakis has had an 0 for 4 in the ball game and an 0 for 10 in the series against the Royals. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and really throttled back on it and missed. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, I think you'd define the first 3 games for Nick, other than sacrifice fly on Thursday's night, as hitting in tough luck.
Hard.
Yeah, hit the ball hard, but right at people. Trying to flick one and maybe get on the board. This is the grind out time. That last at bat when you're 0 for 4 and you want to be 1 for 5.
Collins trying to finish it off. Orioles had some chances earlier in the ball game. They've left 7 on base in the game, and that will miss. And a 2-ball, 2-strike count.
The youngster and the veteran. Certainly Eddie Murray alluded to that. You try to help people along the way, if it's veteran player, coach. Yeah, that was a great apt description of Jim Thome out with the neck injury. Coach Thome.
Almost coach.
And he does play that.
And he loves to.
Yeah,
and he may. Yeah. However long his career may go, he knows he's at the end of it.
Well, you won't find a better guy.
No.
I mean, he's up there on the top shelf.
The most active player in the dugout talking baseball. And that's it. So the strikeout recorded by Collins. He gets 2. He works through the inning, retiring the side in order. And the Royals, an impressive victory as they come away 7-3, surviving the 3-hour 9-minute rain delay before we get this ball game started. And tomorrow will be game 4 as Tommy Hunter and Bruce Chen are the matchup pitchers. We will be on the air 1 o'clock on Masson with those extra, presented by Jeep, followed by our game coverage at 1:30. For Jim Palmer and all of our crew here at Camden Yards on this day where Eddie Murray was honored, and rightly so, with the unveiling of the sculpture, we thank you for joining us. Final here, the Royals win it by a score of 7-3. This has been a Masson presentation. Jim and Rick, Moe's Extra, it's coming up right now. Adieu. Adieu.